Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man!
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
What?
Would you drum up?
Consequences.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the replay.
So hot right now. I'm staying in the race.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch. How rude.
It's science.
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
This is from 12 Rules for Life. I don't want reality.
Jesus ain't say that.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I see that you know your judo well.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
What now?
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Consequences.
Are you not entertained?
China? I have to have my China. I have to have my China. Facebook. Facebook. Zuckerbucks.
Precision of language. Please.
Don't be creepy.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Aren't I a good guy?
Where's the second comment?
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Right now.
It's a great day. For being sad.
I got boxes full of Pepe!
Winter is coming.
God damn it. Just realized I'm muted. That's fantastic. What was I saying? Floating. We're floating in space. All of us. Looking at the void, but perhaps the void holds some good stuff for us tonight, as we're going to be celebrating all 3 holidays. Christmakkuhwanza EVE. That's right. Christmas, Hanukkah, and Kwanza. We'll be doing them simultaneously. So, seatbelts, no seatbelts. It's the holidays. Do what you want. Alright, chat. Let's get to it. Since we technically started today, I've managed to get us here. It is the end of Christmas Day, beginning of Hanukkah, as Hanukkah doesn't begin technically until the evening time. And as we head into the 26th, we'll also be talking about Kwanza, probably slightly later in the stream, as I have it planned that way. So let's start it off. Little, oh, wait, I forgot. I forgot. Gotta give people some shoutouts. First to PB, second to Janelle Walker, and third to Moa Noeb. Disco Wolf a close fourth. What else is here? Soul Life. Mozart. Bob Carmody. Nightbot, Tamara Chance, Look Bovine, Devil. I think that's it. Alright, good to see you all. I do see a fancy Philippe Flop redeemed a second in Twitch. Good job for being second, Philippe. Alright, we're gonna start in a place called America. Here's a classic for you. No volume! Please hold.
Happy Christmas. It's Christmas. Merry Crisis. Merry Chrysler.
There you go. That's it. But it's worth it. All 6 seconds of it. So as you can see, we are looking through all sorts of different places. Here's Denver, Union Station. All over the United States, people are enjoying the holidays. It's quite the LED tree right there. Some sort of... I think these are drone shows that you're looking there. Here's New York outside of the Ralph Lauren store. So fancy. Alright. Hold on, please. Please hold. Yeah, excuse me. Excuse me. Thank you. What did I... God dang it. What did I just say? I just realized I don't have something that I need to have and I should have and I didn't do because I'm a big stupid head. But this is an integral part of what we're doing here. This is a huge part of why we're watching this. I don't know why, but it just feels right. Okay. It is the holidays, so I am foregoing any sort of concern about getting dinged on little copyright claims. Generally speaking, I mean, I'm not going too crazy, I don't think. But there might be a couple of times here where we take a few liberties. If you haven't seen this one yet, well, some people in this tight-knit online crew have. I know that for sure. For reasons that will become clear at the end of this video. Jesus fucking Christ, it's so accurate. It's so accurate. And you know, I have so many things I could say, but one viewer, I think I've seen this guy in here before, but I think everybody here knows this individual. He got in there first, okay? An individual by the name of Tyler Hackner. Oh shit, it won't let me pull it up. Here, I'll do it this way. Here, I'll just pull it over here. Blam. Tyler Hackner. That Fox News at the end was perfect. LOL. 2.3 thousand likes. Couldn't say it any better, Tyler. Well played. Well played, sir. Indeed. Classy. He's a mod at, I think, multiple leftist streams. I want to say Frantiva and another stream. Maybe Bender stream? Hard to say for sure. I just thought it was hilarious because I was thinking of saying something very similar in the comment section. I was like, oh, look, somebody I know who got in there first. Well played. Well played. This deserves one of these. That's good interneting is what that is, sir. That is good holiday interneting. All right. Let's go on here. Now, this is a pretty unusual situation. I don't know exactly. I think it's like every 20 years this happens or something, but Christmas Day has fallen on the same day that Hanukkah begins. So let's go here, talk a little bit about that.
In this busy Jewish-owned bakery north of Toronto on Christmas Eve, customers congregate to buy a seasonal special, these colorful jelly-filled donuts served at Hanukkah. Regardless of their religion or background, they're a favorite among buyers.
This store, 50% is non-Jewish people.
For the first time since 2005, Hanukkah and Christmas fall on the same day this year.
It's kind of nice to have a blend of both traditions and both religions celebrating at the same time.
A rare event that has its benefits, says this rabbi.
And everyone's off of school. So everyone has vacation, and the Jewish children that are in the public system can also come and celebrate.
And many Jews in the last year say they're publicly showing who they are more than ever, with a menorah on the roof of a vehicle in this case.
We do live in Canada in 2024, and I have the right to publicly celebrate the fact that I'm a proud Jew. Hanukkah is the holiday of lights, of joy, of positivity, of strength and courage in hard times.
This year there's a lot more public menorah lightings than there has ever been before. And not just here, but around the world.
It's because many say they've been made to feel like outsiders.
I was born in this.
Okay. I think we should just celebrate things without bringing it to that place necessarily. Now, during this festive time of year, you can embrace this dual aspect of holiday cheer by getting into some different food options.
We are back now with a very festive edition of Today Food. Tomorrow is Christmas, as well as the first night of Hanukkah, which means that plenty of people are going to need to be fed at these holiday gatherings that will happen around the country. Renowned chef Michael White is here with some celebratory recipes that your family is going to love. Chef, nice to see you. Michael, how are you?
I'm well.
Holidays.
Thank you so much.
Any plans, big plans for you this holiday?
Work. Right? Yeah. Listen, busman's holiday always with being a chef.
Congratulations to you on your new restaurant, Santi, just opening up. Tell us about it.
Santi is really a culmination of my 35-plus year career here in New York City and around that is very rooted in Italian food. It's on 53rd and Madison, and we couldn't be more happy to have it right now.
So we got our Italian chef, and we whipped up a little latkes or whatever else. What do you got for us?
We're doing two for today. So we're first starting with a little bit of ricotta. Okay. We're making ricotta gnocchi, and this is something we can get everybody in the family together with. A little bit of ricotta and flour together.
I'll do your.
Okay.
Okay.
And then we're going to do it with a little Parmigiano. Very simple
Ooh,
ingredients.
a lot of cheese in this
Everything
one.
you can get in the grocery store. A little bit
Already
of
sounding good.
nutmeg, which is really, really one of those flavors that.
Oh, that's like the real nutmeg. You're
the
not,
real
you
nutmeg.
know.
It's not.
We've got an
dry.
actual
Little bit
nut
sea salt.
of meg.
Okay. And then what we do is we get a dough like this, okay? And you can smell that nutmeg.
Yeah, no, that smells delicious.
And then we roll them into cords like this. And we have the water boiling. We've made some right here, and we cut them on an angle. We cut them on an angle, these little footballs.
Oh, these are looking so
and then
good
we go
right
ahead
now.
and drop them right in the water.
When you drop them in the water, you want the water boiling before you drop,
Want
right?
the water boiling,
yeah.
and we want to let them rise to the top. Okay, we're going to drop these right in.
How long should it be?
You know, it takes about 3 or 4 minutes.
Oh,
They
so
bring
quick.
to the top.
Gotta love
and
some
we have
gnocchi.
this. You could really use anything you wanted, but right now we're doing tomato, a little bit of onion, and we're going to do a real quick pomodoro.
Let's look at our gnocchi gallery right now. Everybody happy at this point?
It's almost
Happy?
it's almost
This is
done.
making me very hungry. All right, let's move on. They're doing latkes too here.
Actually use the potato starch that's in the bottom of the bowl.
Okay.
Crack your eggs. We're going to crack these eggs. We have a little bit of onion.
You crack, I'll eat if that's okay.
That's a good point.
Salt and pepper.
Gnocchi should be potato, not flour. It is sacrilegious to some degree.
And everybody loves the crispy edges on latkes, right? Now you can top these with a little bit of smoked salmon. You could do just as we did with creme fraiche or sour cream.
That's a good idea. A little
An
salmon or
apple.
something to make it interesting.
We're going to bring these together.
Mm.
Right, I'm
right, so
doing all
this
the
is-
work here.
He's just
you're the chef. I'm
chowing
gonna
down
let you
back
work
here.
on this occasion. The key.
Yeah, why are you trying to pretend like you're here helping when you're really just here eating, you son of a bitch?
Obviously, is like a perfect, golden
Oh,
brown.
those look real
So
good.
how do you do that properly? How much oil
Tell
should
you what,
you be putting in?
You know what? There's a lot of oil actually here. You don't want to, and you can kind of hear that sizzle.
Yeah.
And the real great part about latkes are when you get the real.
Yeah, all right, we got to move on from this because this is making me too hungry. It is getting me in the holiday spirit, though. Love a good latke. Now let's go on here to New York City, Brooklyn.
Brooklyn's largest menorah is in place for the holiday. There it is. The 32-foot-high, 4,000-pound steel menorah is in Grand Army
32
Plaza.
feet high.
The candle will be lit nightly during Hanukkah. The 8-day Festival of Light begins tomorrow night. It falls on the same day as Christmas for the first time in over 20 years, or actually right under 20 years.
Yeah, big ass menorah in Brooklyn after 20 years of no menorahs on Christmas. Now we got Christmakkuhwanza going on. We're not going to leave New York, though. We are going to go live. It's Wednesday night, as it turns out. I'm okay with you partaking in some marijuana. If it's your vibe, it's okay. It's the holiday, or just regular days. Okay. All right, we're gonna stay in New York. How should I do this? Yeah, that's fine. All right, let's go with this. The Great Hanukkah Donut Duel going down in New York City. Who will win? Well, may require some taste testing to find out.
Hanukkah starts Wednesday, and there was somewhat of a Hanukkah miracle this past week. The Moxie Hotel in Williamsburg had a fire on December 11th, but the restaurant inside Masiba reopened in time for the first ever Great Hanukkah Donut Duel. It was hosted by an organization called The Neighborhood. It's a center for Jewish life, and more than 150 people came out to taste and cast their votes. The Golden Donut Trophy went to the chef of Masiba with his traditional Moroccan donut. The donuts are fried in oil, symbolizing the miracle of the
Those
oil
pistachios,
that burned
oh,
for
God.
8 days in the rededicated temple in
Those look
Jerusalem.
so
But
good.
other chefs in
So much food. So much good-looking food on this stream. Okay. Now, on this day, And this particular day in which we have Christmas and Hanukkah competing for attention, I felt it was best for us to once again talk about the ongoing war on Christmas. Let's go back in time to 9 years ago for some perspective.
Folks, the battle is on in the war on Christmas. And, you know, as part of that, of course, we have posted the one of my favorite appearances on television on CNN probably a decade ago now, when in the early stages, when there was we just had military advisors embedded in the war on Christmas and were secretly bombing parts of the North Pole. And, you know, we had special ops infiltrating.
Phase 1.
Yeah, teams of elves at that time. And we have that on our YouTube channel. But, ladies and gentlemen.
Not the invasion.
Not the full-on invasion of the
this
war,
is,
the war on Christmas.
More guerrilla
A group
efforts.
of House Republicans have fired the latest shot in the war on Christmas. Representative Doug Lamborn from Colorado has introduced a resolution. And I just, one of these guys is going to buck up and actually just force us all to celebrate Christmas.
At gunpoint.
The resolution apparently is like one of those sense of the House resolutions that would, quote, say that the U.S. Congress recognizes that the symbols and traditions of Christmas should be protected for use by those who celebrate Christmas. Now, we all know
Christmas needs protection,
that those
people.
symbols and traditions are being threatened at their very core.
Oh, God.
You may not be able to go into your favorite department store.
Oh, no.
And have the greeter there say, Merry Christmas. They may just say, Happy Holidays, or can I get you a cart?
What you talking about?
The resolution goes on to say that the U.S. House of Representatives strongly disapproves of attempts to ban references to Christmas and expresses support for the use of these symbols and traditions by, like I say, those who celebrate Christmas. I don't know where this banning reference to Christmas happens other than in my household.
Other than in the Seder household, where
And
saying
in a
Christmas will
15-foot
get you
radius
grounded.
of where I walk. If you enter into my personal space, one of the first things I do at this time of year is demand a fealty to the banning of all Christmas symbols and references. So if I get somebody who, let's say, it says, Merry Christmas, I'll go up to them and I'll get into their grill. And I'll be like, no,
Yeah, sure
not to me, buddy.
I see like a bunch of like bodega guys. Well, fuck you, man. Whatever.
Right. And no, and if I walk by somebody and I hear like a little kid talking to his mom saying, this is what I want for Christmas, and it's
Illegal.
within my circle of influence, I will go up to the kid and go, knock it off.
I'm just trying to imagine Sam approaching small children on the street and telling them, no Christmas allowed, small child.
I know the right has made a big
Unacceptable.
issue about Starbucks taking the snowflakes off their coffees and just having red. But if I see someone walking around with a coffee cup that is Christmas themed, I just go right up, I smack it out of their hands, and there's a certain percentage of times that will scald them.
Help, help,
war.
I'm being
But
repressed.
it's war.
Freedom isn't free.
Freedom is not free.
It's so true. It's so true. Freedom isn't
Now,
free.
I will
Write that
be
down.
Fair enough to go say, like, after I scald them with that coffee, I will say, freedom is not free, and if you want another cup of coffee, I'm willing to pay for it. It's just going to be in my own Hanukkah-themed cup.
Right.
That I carry around.
You don't just sketch it on with them.
No,
You don't offer to
I
provide a
walk
sketch
around.
service.
Sam has like a whole stack of Hanukkah solo cups in his man purse that he walks around with and hands those out to people after smacking their Christmas themed cups out. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. Oh God, is that a Hanukkah TIE fighter behind me? All right. Let's go back here to... Actually, wait a second. What is happening? Something's wrong. Why? Oh, there. I see. All right. I'm going to stay in New York still, but go on to talking about something that's been going on in the news, big news everywhere. So this is Walter Masterson's YouTube channel, where he was outside of the courthouse in New York City, where many Luigi Mangione supporters showed up outside of the courthouse.
Luigi back in the kitchen, dog. He was cooking.
Wow. Luigi back in the kitchen.
Let's go.
That is my man.
Healthcare is a human right, not a privilege.
He's a result of what happens when you're in so much pain, the system doesn't care, can't help you. Is it?
To actually see that this is going on, this is, I think it's criminal.
There's gonna be so many Luigi Mangiones that they will all be popping out of the snow.
I am in front of the courthouse where Luigi Mangione is about to get arraigned. It is 8 a.m. on a Monday morning, and there are people here that showed up in solidarity. Okay, there you go. There you go. Luigi back in the kitchen, dog. He was cooking, all right? He was on a roll. Let him finish what he started, dog. Do you think that's a human right?
Absolutely.
Oh, wow. Let's go.
Those nails are fire.
Talk to
You
me.
know exactly what's going on. And Mayor Adams, how dare you? You're an indicted thief trying to prosecute someone who's innocent. How dare you? This is bigger than CEOs and it's bigger than money. Our children have to have a future of health care as well. Free Luigi, he's innocent.
That is my man. That's my man. We all our man.
Okay, can we just talk about how the guy cannot take a bad picture? He's in cuffs. He's being walked around. He doesn't.
He just looks wonderful.
Like,
Haircut, eyebrows, everything. On
Like, every picture I see, I'm like, God damn it!
I love how this turns into just a discussion of the level of hotness that Luigi Mangione purportedly has. Fucking hilarious.
Why are you this fine?
It's like, look, grainy surveillance footage. He's like, I got you.
Oh, wait, makes sense though, Hakeem.
Yeah, of course. Wait, are you just realizing this now?
Yeah, it's just one of my posters.
I feel like if you want to kill someone, you should go to Wharton Business School and work for McKinsey, like everyone else.
Of course, that's the only way to do it in the United States, right? If you want to get away with it.
You want to kill people?
Do it the right way.
Use AI.
Do it the right
You get
way.
away with it for a long time.
For me, it's Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Can't do the dirty work physically with your own hands. You just have to, enlist some, Indians who are good at IT somewhere, and get them to write a program that'll do it for you. That'll be good. It'll be great for everybody.
Anthem. I got into an electricity accident and I herniated 2 discs in my neck and 2 in my lower back, and over the 2-year period that they made me wait, I was left with nerve damage, so I am now stuck with nerve damage for the rest of my life. I got 2 major surgeries last December and last October, and now they're saying that my medication is no longer long-term, so I have about 4 days left and no insurance, no job, no money. I'm about to lose it.
Damn. Sucks. Fucking sucks. But, this is the system we have, and the people who are literally in pain, medically speaking, are forced to go out onto picket lines. Well, or to protest the system that they're, it's already oppressing them while they are dealing with other sorts of just, you know, a non. I mean, you know, what is the word to describe what I'm trying to say right now? Like, just, you know, an external. Well, he's dealing with all these other external problems, right? That's essentially what I was trying to go with it. All right. Let's keep this moving. Let's go on here to Democracy Now! From yesterday, talking about Joe Biden's sparing of 37
This news is funded by
federal death row
viewers like you.
sentences.
Please support our work at democracynow.org/give.
President Biden spared the lives of 37 of 40 federal death row prisoners. On Monday, Biden commuted their sentences to life without parole just weeks before President-elect Donald Trump returns to the White House with a promise to restart federal executions. In a statement, Biden said, quote, "I am more convinced than ever that we must stop the use of the death penalty at the federal level. In good conscience, I cannot stand back and let a new administration resume executions that I halted," he said. Biden campaigned in 2020 on ending the federal death penalty and directed the Justice Department to issue a moratorium on federal executions, which they did. Brian Stevenson, the founder and executive director of the Equal Justice Initiative, praised Biden's decision, calling it, quote, "an important turning point in ending America's tragic and error-prone use of the death penalty," unquote. A Trump spokesperson, meanwhile, slammed the decision as abhorrent. There were 13 federal executions during Trump's first term as president. While Biden commuted the sentences of nearly all death row prisoners, there are 3 men who carried out mass killings who did not receive clemency. Dylan Roof, who killed 9 black parishioners at the Mother Emanuel AME Church in Charleston, South Carolina in 2015. Boston Marathon bomber Dzhokhar Tsarnaev, and Robert Bowers, who attacked Pittsburgh's Tree of Life Synagogue in 2018.
Wait, didn't a different report we watched yesterday say the opposite? I mean, I trust Democracy Now! Over whoever we were watching yesterday. I'm just pissed off that I was under the impression that these 3 got.
Killing
and
11.
So, I feel like I made some sort of, an equivocation because of that at one point.
Congregants in the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in U.S. history. His action comes after years of advocacy by civil rights and Catholic groups. Last week, he had a phone call with Pope Francis, who reportedly called for the sentences of death row prisoners to be commuted. But for more, we're joined by 2 guests. In Washington, D.C., Sister Simone Campbell is with us. She's the former executive director of the Network Lobby for Catholic Social Justice. She's the recipient of the 2022...
Okay, how are we doing on time? I feel like I gotta keep this moving right now, because we have some longer stuff in here to deal with today, don't we? That one's kind of long. That one's also kind of long. I don't know how long I'm going to use that one for. Sorry, I'm trying to do math in my head right now. Honestly, we're doing fine.
Presidential Medal of Freedom. And from Miami, Florida, we're joined by Herman Lindsay, the executive director of Witness to Innocence, which advocates to end the death penalty. He was wrongfully convicted in 2006 in Florida, spent 3 years on death row before being exonerated by the Florida Supreme Court in 2009. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Herman Lindsay, let's begin with you in Florida. First, respond to what President Biden has done.
I think what President Biden has done has been a great thing. It's a great historical moment. I know 3 other presidents has in the past commuted a death sentence before. No one has ever done it in such a mass capacity. But I think Biden Act shows that leaders can be humane and bring humanity back in our justice system.
And Sister Simone Campbell in Washington, D.C., you campaigned for a long time on this issue as the Network Lobby for Catholic Social Justice. Explain, if you understand, the decision that Biden made and what it took.
Well, I think this was President Biden putting his conscience into action, that he had said back in 2020 that he opposed the death penalty, but it has taken this long for the commutation of these sentences, mostly because he couldn't get Congress to act. That was where the roadblock is, yet again, is that our country's congressional function is not working. So he had to take this.
Once again, Congress not doing enough? How could that be possible? 24 likes, I see that. Okay. All right. This next story. Actually, I'm skipping this. This is too sad. I really. I thought that I was gonna be okay. Like, be like, yeah, we'll watch this one. It's just too sad. We'll watch this tomorrow. Once we're like past the initial hump of the holiday here. It's just too sad.
A couple now in custody accused.
No, don't even say it. I don't even want to hear it. It's gonna make me sad. Okay. Sorry, chat. Okay. All right, you know what? Around this time of year, many of us, perhaps not all, but many of us have been subjected to, or perhaps even currently being subjected to, horrible holiday movies. It is it's real. Oh, of course you know it. Well, that's because you live in the area. Let's settle down. It's a rough story, okay? And it's just too harsh. It's just too hard for the holidays. Let's talk about bad holiday movies.
You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. You stupid fucking asshole. Look at that Grinch, man. Hey, whoa, look at that disgusting Grinch, man. If I see that thing come up if I see that thing come anywhere, if that thing comes anywhere near me or my kids, nobody.
Mr. Grinch,
right?
Your heart's an empty hole.
Jesus, that's kind of harsh, man. All right, yeah.
I wouldn't touch you with a 39.5-foot pole.
Okay, that's a little. Wouldn't touch the guy with a pole. Maybe this is on us. Maybe we didn't treat the Grinch right.
This is Ladron James, aka RM Brown.
I wouldn't touch you with a stick, you piece of shit. I fucking hate you. Okay, whatever.
Hey, that's right, man.
It's the holidays. Who cares? Nobody. Well, guys, many years ago, when I was young and not yet questioning my place in the vast, unknowable expanse of time, I made a video making fun of a Christmas movie, I believe, and people have not let me forget about it since.
But hey, man.
It's Christmas Day or Hanukkah Day or something. I don't know. And frankly, I don't care. But I found a movie that you might be interested in is what I'm going to go with.
Prepare yourself.
I found a movie that might pique
for
your interest.
cinematic glory.
Oh!
That's in the Bible. No.
Jesus, I say that.
Toilet.
New York City is nothing without pizza.
No.
Boom.
We'll do everything
boom,
possible
boom.
to make sure that happens.
Okay.
See you soon.
Bye. No problem.
Well, I don't know, man.
People are very mean on the internet. You know, they get on there, they say, this sucks. This sucks, that sucks. Let's call the whole thing off, they're saying. They're always saying that. Enough. Okay? I'm gonna confront Reddit right now. Enough. Shut up. And I was looking on these Reddits, you know, just looking at them. There's a bunch of these bad movie Reddits. Oh, this movie's so stupid, you know? And there's a bunch of these that are like bad holiday movies, bad Christmas movies. And one kept coming up. What is this thing called? I can't read that. What is it called? A Cheerful Christmas. This is one of these Hallmark movies. It's like the Criterion Collection. but nothing happens in the movies.
That's a stretch.
The Criterion Collection, it's filled with movies that are a little too exciting, you know? Like I saw one once and there was like a guy in an airplane or something. Ugh, it's sick.
It's a good one.
It's sick and...
It's demented?
Okay. But I like these Hallmark movies because nothing happens. It's just like, oh, that guy didn't like a girl and then he did like her. That's the plot of every one of these movies. Sorry, guys. Please hold a second. I got to check the comments. This thing must be flooded with comments. Oh, there's two. Colleen and Lauren, I guess those are the two main characters, are my favorite characters because they're pretty.
Close it up. Just as my wife's
Hey,
vagina.
shut up, man. What's the other guy say? I hope y'all make part 2. Oh,
Part
well,
2?
They're definitely going to make part 2. It got 2 comments. So, it's a sign. It's a
Yeah,
sign
there's
people are
that
clamoring
part
for
2
that
is
anyway.
going to be coming any minute now.
America article. Okay. David Anderson is second cousin once removed from the Queen.
Never
His
heard of him.
son, James.
Check that iPad picture. Hey, Lauren, check James Anderson, and just so you could get a good look at him, I put like I put some kind of matte film on my iPad, so there's zero glare on the thing.
Settle
Let me get a
down.
look at that
Settle
picture.
down, RM.
Oh my God, we got a job for James Anderson, the master of Photoshop. He's the master of Photoshop. He can Photoshop himself in front of any great monument. Here's one he did of himself in front of Buckingham Palace.
The lighting's a little weird over at Buckingham Palace.
This is like a 90s. This was pretty good resolution for a 90s movie. And then they broke out the iPad, and I was like, wait, what? Hey, look, this movie's made in 2020. I kind of like it, to be honest. It's timeless. It's a timeless story of a girl who's an expert at Christmas, and they get a job with a royalty, rich royalty, and she's like, man, I want to marry them. This guy's a total snob. Kind of want to marry him, though. He's somehow connected to royalty. I immediately sided with this girl.
Another toast.
Hey, it's the 8th time today. She has a drinking problem.
She has a drinking problem.
Hey, how you doing?
Do they normally hire a company to help over the holidays?
No, they do
Just
not.
one that comes to decorate. But
Okay.
seeing as this year they're away in London till the 23rd, they do have a few more things they need taken care of.
Enclosed, you'll find a passport and a picture of the target. If you're captured, we will deny any knowledge of your existence. Good luck, Mr. Bond. Mr. Bond, I'm a girl. Yeah, oh, Mr. Bond, you stupid. I don't know. What do you think, LeJohn James? You like this movie?
Yeah, that's great, man. What happened? You didn't have time to make a real video?
Well, look, do me a favor and just try to keep the whole light show to a dull glow so we can all get some work done around here. Sure. Thank you.
You know, half the fun is decorating. I could show you how we do some of this glow.
Hey, calm down. Hey, you're gonna scare him away, man. Hey, you're gonna scare that guy who's vaguely related to British royalty away. If you keep doing this. Enough of that. I do like this movie.
Don't be creepy.
Stop. Whatever. Shut up, man. I like these Hallmark movies, especially this one, because it exists in a sweet, innocent world. You know what I mean? Shut up. This movie came out in 2020, and they're like, oh, a guy who's somehow connected to British royalty wants us to decorate his house for Christmas. We're two Christmas experts. We're two Christmas experts. We work 1 month a year. I mean, again, this is 2020. You know what was going on in 2020.
Arguably the
with
greatest
some British
work of
royalty.
nonfiction of the 20th
If this
century.
did not exist in the beautiful, sweet world of Hallmark Christmas, these girls are like doing their Christmas expertise in this house. One of them's like, what are these pictures? Hey, British royalty guy, what are these pictures? What is this? He's like, don't look at those. Yeah, that would have been, I don't want that reality to invade.
What's happening with the camera here, buddy?
It's okay, Miss Dale. I've got it.
Oh, Lauren, please. Miss Dale makes me sound like I'm 50 or somebody's mother, which I'm not. I'm not even married. Actually, my business partner's mom says that us
Totally
career
normal.
professionals are too busy for men. Do you get that too?
Hey, stop saying stupid shit. That British royal pervert's not gonna marry you. Hey, no more of this. Or he's gonna go like this. Huh?
Let's go to the office. It should be much quieter.
Good Lord. It seems like Christmas exploded all over your house out there.
Yes, you're telling me.
Oh, where does this leave the protagonist? Goddamn me to hell. How is she gonna compete with that? That woman is an asshole, and she hates Christmas. She can't compete with
There's
that.
no way. Can't do it.
Okay.
She's a soldier in the war
that?
on
No,
Christmas,
like,
is what she is.
Okay, blah, 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 on and on. Let's skip to the end.
Skips 2 hours.
There's a movie called A Cheerful Christmas. A Cheerful Christmas, the first AI generated
It's at the very
Christmas
end.
film. Oh wait, what's that? Oh, it's not. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Okay, here we go.
I wanted to tell you what made my Christmas so special.
That other British asshole who also hates Christmas. I'll be marrying her. Good day. Good day, you're fired. Also have one of these.
Immediately, if not sooner.
What?
You.
Oh, right. Sorry. They showed her the true meaning of Christmas. Go ahead.
Tell me now of all times you've got nothing to say.
Oh, it worked out. Okay, it worked out. I love that. That's great. Okay. So there we go. If you're a Grinch, if you're being some kind of a stupid, rotten Grinch, if you're being some kind of a putrid, dust-covered Grinch,
Yep.
This Christmas,
Yep,
just remember, stuff can happen.
So true.
Stuff can happen or something.
It's
LeBron
incredibly
James,
true.
what do you think about this?
I just wanted you to know what makes Christmas truly special.
Okay, LeBron James, what is it?
It's you.
Would you drum up?
Crazy. I am just waiting for part 2. Like that one commenter that got 2 likes on the comment section. I am waiting for that part 2 of this incredible movie. Now, while we are doing the holidays, as we all know, there is something of a religious element to all of this. If you haven't heard, at least one of all 3 of these holidays are religiously themed. And the one that we've been talking most about recently is Christmas. Christmas, related to Christian traditions, some say. Although some say it's pagan. It's really somewhat contentious depending on who you ask. However, I figured we'd go do some non-Christmas news here to talk about one particular religious organization, the Catholic Church.
Welcome back. New tonight, explosive allegations coming out of the Diocese of Oakland's bankruptcy case. Just before filing for bankruptcy last year, victims' attorneys are accusing the diocese of transferring more than $100 million to a separate nonprofit.
Attorneys for abuse survivors say it's a clear example of the diocese trying to hide money from the hundreds of alleged victims, now suing the church. Investigative reporter Candace Wen has a story.
You gave a statement inside. Was there anything you'd like to say to victims who couldn't make it today? Just over a week ago, Oakland Bishop Michael Barber read an apology to sexual abuse survivors in bankruptcy court. Now he is being accused of trying to hide more than $100 million in assets from some of those very same survivors who are suing the diocese. In this court filing, victims' attorneys say the diocese transferred $106 million from its own bank accounts into a separate nonprofit called the Oakland Parochial Fund, just a month before filing for bankruptcy last.
Wow. And guess what? The entity that they transferred all this money to was defunct. According to the Department of State, I believe, in California, whoever it is that deals with corporate and non-corporate entities, was completely defunct, unused, and then suddenly 2 months before they filed for bankruptcy, reopened, and suddenly $106 million gets transferred to it before the Catholic Church or the Diocese of Oakland files for bankruptcy. I don't think there's any leeway there for what do you call it? Plausible deniability, things of that nature. It's pretty clear. I think the line is drawn very, very clearly for us to all see what happened here. Catholic Church is just using shell companies to avoid paying not just taxes, which they already don't have to pay, but to avoid paying the victims of child sex abuse in the church. Ah, boy.
Jesus, I say that.
Not a great look at this time of year, Catholic Church. Very un-Christmassy of you. I wonder what Jesus would have to say about all of this. All right, now let's go on the road and take a look at one delivery driver whose heart may have grown more than expected.
It's a busy time of year for delivery drivers. Long hours, lots of stops, and some work extra hard. Not just to get your gifts to you in time, but also to make you smile. Tomorrow is Christmas. It's practically here. And inside one Amazon truck sits a lot of holiday cheer. Christmas music playing, a GPS saying, "Destination is on the left." Round boxes full of gifts quickly being placed at your fingertips. One would guess this is a joke for Santa, but you'd be wrong-o.
That's why.
Wow, the poetry.
I gotta work, so you must have fun doing it.
According to Dan Aspla, Christmas Eve is a job for the Grinch.
You ain't coming to take the presents, are you?
No.
Man, that's pretty cool, man. The Grinch.
Yeah.
He's passing out prime gifts, huh?
That's why I did it. It's opposite. It says don't package them, delivering them.
Delivering smiles to 175 homes throughout Lancaster County today.
I just like to see people smile, because life's short, so you gotta have fun. It's so short. Like
There we go. All right. I just figured we'd take a look at this unorthodox delivery driver trying to spread some Christmas laughs. Hey. Now, of course, we talked about how Amazon is not treating their workers fairly and should classify them as employees, give them healthcare benefits, stuff like that. So don't forget about that while we are enjoying that particular video. All right, now let's go on to a different situation on the roads that has been plaguing. Well, honestly, actually, I feel like I should have put this down here. Why didn't I do it this way? Who was in charge of the stream? I'm moving this. This was dumb. Who and what? How? Why? Why did you do this? That makes more sense. There we go. All right. Now, of course, that's a Christmas tradition, but Christmas is basically over, almost. I mean, in 2 hours, continental United States, that's going to be it. But, of course, Hanukkah is now fully in swing.
It's a busy time of year for
whoops, no, don't do that. All right, let's go here.
And tonight also marks the beginning of Hanukkah. Celebrants gathered at sundown for the annual menorah lighting in Washington Square Park in downtown Rochester. The menorah is a 9-branch candelabra that is lit during the 8 days of Hanukkah. It symbolizes the miracle that occurred during the re-sanctified Holy Temple in Jerusalem thousands of years ago. 1 day of oil lasted 8. The lighting is to celebrate the first night of the Jewish holiday.
All right. Some of you may know what that sound means. But since we're talking Hanukkah, let's talk about, once again, the war on Christmas. And the war on Christmas. And the war on the war on the war on Christmas. All of them.
I want to just briefly go over this piece by Daniel Denver in Politico from the other day. As you know, we here at the Majority Report have been longtime warriors on the war on Christmas. And it's apropos of something that Digby wrote, and we're going to talk about it, but you should know that while Bill O'Reilly says that he's only been at this war on Christmas for 10 years. And back in the day, I think John Gibson wrote a book about it. He was another Fox host. One of the stupidest ones I think they've ever had, frankly, which I know says a lot. And, of course, that mantle's been taken up by such luminaries as Sarah Palin, and Sean Hannity, and Glenn Beck, and the...
You know, it hasn't been that long. I mean, it's been a while, right? I mean, when was this one from? This one's from... Oh, this is really old. This is an 11-year-old video. But a lot of those names we don't talk about a lot. Sarah Palin, Glenn Beck... You know, they've kind of faded off into the distance, even though they still exist. Just not as much in the limelight as they used to be.
American Family Association.
Gretchen Carlson.
And Gretchen
Carlson.
Carlson.
Of course. I can't forget
yes.
Gretchen.
They're all warriors fighting the war on Christmas. Daniel Denver points out that this is nothing new. Back in the 1920s, Henry Ford published a news weekly. And in one of those, he wrote, last Christmas, or I'd say it was, this was actually from the International Jew, the world's foremost problem. That was, I guess, written up in that weekly. Henry Ford, no great fan of the Jews.
Yeah,
well,
as it turns
last Christmas, now we're talking about the 1920s now. Last Christmas, most people had a hard time finding Christmas cards that indicated in any way that Christmas commemorated someone's birth. People
in 1920?
sometimes ask why 3 million Jews can control the affairs of 100 million Americans.
Oh, boy.
In the same way that 10 Jewish students can abolish the mention of Christmas and Easter out of schools containing 3,000 pupils.
Ford really leaning
folks,
into this sort of anti-Semitism.
Shots in the war on Christmas could heard over almost a century ago in this country. In 19...
It literally is over a century ago now. My God, how time has passed. That video was from 2013, I believe. Been 104 years since Ford wrote those incredibly racist remarks. All right, now let's go down to the streets to talk about the war on Christmas. A soldier has stepped up to fight the good fight. Walter Masterson. God damn it. There we go.
How do I even know it's Christmas?
It's hard to tell.
Yeah. We're not doing happy holidays this year, okay? It's Merry Christmas. Look at me. Merry Christmas. Just come say happy holidays to my face. Yeah. I didn't think so. I am in New York City right now documenting the liberals' war on Christmas. Look around, do you see one decoration? They've torn them down.
They've done it in our town too. I'm out from Massachusetts.
How do I even know
There's a giant Christmas tree.
It's hard to tell.
And two heralding angels over here, harking, or whatever those angels do. Pretty clear that it's Christmas. And in fact, this window seems to be completely stuffed with Christmas themed. You can't even see through the windows. There's so much Christmas stuff in it.
Thank you.
Other than people wearing red hats.
The liberals have taken down every decoration in New York City. You can't tell it's Christmas anywhere here.
Well, there are budget cuts. We got to save the energy for some reason.
The war on Christmas?
Yeah. It's like you can't see, signs of...
Was that this guy just tried to blame green energy policy? And we got to save the energy for some reason. I don't know what all these liberals want exactly. My God.
Christmas anywhere. Right? I mean,
I think that lady must know him.
Here?
No.
Yeah.
It's all gone.
Yeah.
It's all gone.
Yeah.
All gone.
It's actually kind of funny though because he's directly facing the Christmas tree.
I don't want reality.
Hilarious. War on Christmas happening directly in front of Christmas trees. That's how bad it's gotten, people. That's how bad it's gotten, right? The war on Christmas has gotten to the point where you know that the war on Christmas is happening even though you're looking at a Christmas tree in public. Because you can feel it deep down somewhere. Imperceptible. But you know what? I have done my research, okay? I've done my research. And I have been looking into this war on Christmas. And the war on Christmas. And the war on on Christmas. And I have found evidence that, in fact, Santa Claus has been working with the U.S. military.
What?
During the Cold War, Air Force Colonel Harry Shoup was one of the commanders in charge of an early warning radar system based in Colorado. It had been set up to detect a possible Soviet missile attack on the U.S. In this animated conversation from our colleagues at StoryCorps, 3 of Shoup's children recall a surprising phone call their dad received back in 1955.
I remember 2 phones on his desk. One was this red phone. Only a 4-star general at the Pentagon and my dad had the number.
This was the 50s. This was the Cold War, and he would have been the first one to know if there was an attack on the United States.
So, first couple weeks of December in 1955, Dad was at the office, and the red phone rang. He answered it. This is Colonel Shoup. And then there was a small voice that just asked, "Is this Santa Claus?"
Dad was very straight-laced, very disciplined.
He was annoyed.
He was upset.
He
thought it was a joke.
Yeah, and so now the little voice is crying.
And Dad realized that it wasn't a joke. So he talked to him, ho-ho-hoed, and asked if he had been a good boy, and may I talk to your mother? And the mother got on and said, "You haven't seen the paper yet? There's a phone number to call Santa. It's in the Sears ad." Dad looked it up, and there it was, his red phone number. And they had children calling one after another. So he put a couple airmen on the phones to act like Santa Claus.
It got to be a big joke at the command center. You know, the old man's really flipped his lid this time. We're answering Santa calls.
The airmen had this big glass board with the United States on it and Canada, and when airplanes would come in, they would track them.
And Christmas Eve of 1955, when Dad walked in, there was a drawing of a sleigh with 8 reindeer coming over the North Pole.
Dad said, "What is that?" They said, "Colonel, we're sorry. We were just making a joke. Do you want us to take that down?" Dad looked at it for a while, and next thing you know, Dad had called the radio station and had said, "This is the commander at the Combat Alert Center. We have an unidentified flying object. Why, it looks like a sleigh."
Jesus
well,
Christ.
the radio stations would call him like every hour and say, "Where's Santa now?"
Where's Santa now?
And later.
Tell us, NORAD. Okay. Well, there you go, people. That is substantiated evidence showing the collaboration between the U.S. military and Santa Claus. So, clearly Santa Claus has big funding from the government in this war on Christmas. But thankfully we have some that's not how you say that word. Thankfully, we have some undercover. Why can't I say words today? Undercover elf. What is so hard about saying undercover elves? That's what we have. Behind enemy lines. After watching this, like I couldn't help but like ask myself if that was intended to be specific, if that meant that because 5002 advent calendars would technically be like, you could count it as like 5002 months, or you count it as 5002 years, but neither of them actually line up to when Santa was first or like, I think it's complicated. Like, I literally started like trying to figure out whether or not that was like a reference to something historical. Wow. It looks like the war on Christmas has taken another casualty. Let's talk about another corrupt individual.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I think crypto's got a great future. I think it really does. Maybe we'll pay off the $35 trillion in crypto. I'll write out a little piece of paper, 35 trillion crypto. We have no debt.
It did not get a lot of attention at the time, but in the lead up to the election, Donald Trump really did say that he wants to pay down the national debt using cryptocurrency. And now that he's been elected, Trump's wild crypto fantasies may very well become reality. As Charlie Warzel writes for The Atlantic, there is speculation that Trump could make good on a proposal to create a strategic reserve of bitcoins in the U.S., which could involve the federal government buying 200,000 bitcoins a year over the next 5 years, perhaps by using the country's gold reserves.
This is maybe one of the dumbest things I've ever heard anybody ever say. But this would absolutely be horrifying. This would be a transfer of wealth, specifically to people who already own cryptocurrency, like the Winklevoss brothers and Elon Musk and all the other tech bros who have put in millions and if not billions of dollars into crypto. This would be just a complete enrichment of all those people, right? 200,000 bitcoins is $20 billion a year at the current price. But also, let's not remember that Bitcoin is incredibly volatile. That $20 billion could turn to 2 overnight. It has in the past, and it could again. And that would probably be bad for everybody. It would also possibly make a completely fraudulent system into something which has been deemed, too big to fail. All these sorts of things. We could see crypto bailouts because of this kind of garbage. It's insane that we would ever consider doing anything like this. And the fact is all of these crypto bros are constantly talking about how they are they're about not what's the word? Like divesting from the system, right? And how, the US government and fiat currency and all this crap, and how crypto is supposed to be an alternative to all that, protect the debanked by the oppressive government and all of this sort of, anarcho-capitalist sort of tomfoolery. And then if you look onto all the forums, these people are all just cheering. All these people are just cheering so hard about how crypto might become the very thing that they're all complaining about. It's fascinating. But it's because they've bought in already, right? They don't mind a centralized system. They don't mind government-run currency. They don't mind the idea of fiat currency as long as they are the majority holders, right? As long as it's going to benefit them, right? That's the thing that's most important to most crypto-involved individuals.
For large crypto holders, this would be an incredible scheme, a wealth transfer from the government to crypto whales. That seems like a pretty crazy thing to do, not least because cryptocurrency claims to be all about creating money that does not rely on the U.S. government. But it makes sense when you understand cryptocurrency not as a new technology or the symbol of some online libertarian movement, but as an industry rife with speculators.
Yup. Fact. Fiat-based wishes. Yup. It is indeed fiat-based wishes. Let's talk about a different scam that's been going on. I was going to talk about it yesterday, but we were wholly focused on holidays. Today I'm trying to get a little bit more outside of the holidays, just a teeny bit. Not that much. We're still going to be having as much holiday fun as we can. But I figured we'd talk a little bit about this, because I saw somebody mention it in the Discord server, and I actually took it out of yesterday's stream. So let's go here and talk about a little...
By now, you've probably
please
heard about
hold,
Honey.
sir.
You know, the browser extension that saves you money.
Do you have Honey installed?
You ruined it. You ruined it. Well, there you go. You heard it. Honey. You've probably heard it from many of your favorite creators, or at least from creators in general. It has somehow found its way all across the internet. And it's a way, supposedly, to find the best coupons at all times without having to do any internet searching for them. It's a Chrome extension intended to find all of those coupons for you. It's supposed to make things easier and better. But as it turns out, it's only making things better for one entity. And it's not you or creators.
By now, you've probably heard about Honey. You know, the browser extension that saves you money.
Do you have Honey installed?
What's Honey?
Oh, no.
Honey.
Honey is a free browser extension.
Free browser extension.
Free browser extension.
Free browser extension.
That automatically applies coupon codes when you check out online.
Free money, basically.
It's literally free money.
It doesn't make sense to not be using this.
So what's the catch?
There is no catch.
Join Honey. Join Honey.
Join Honey.
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 Honey. Honey. Honey. Honey. Honey. Honey. Honey.
Join Honey.
Yeah, I hate to break it to you, but your favorite influencers sold you a lie. Honey is a scam, and the majority of claims promoted by those influencers aren't even remotely true. But it gets worse. Honey hasn't just been scamming you, the consumer, they've also been stealing money from influencers, including the very ones they paid to promote their product. And I'm not just talking about a few bucks here. I believe the scam has likely cost content creators millions of dollars. Sound crazy? Well, I didn't believe it at first either, until I experienced it myself firsthand. In fact, I'm confident this might just be the biggest influencer scam of all time, which is insane considering Honey is owned and run by PayPal, who purchased this company for $4 billion. This 3-part series is the result of a multi-year investigation where I believe I've uncovered signs of advertising fraud, affiliate fraud, the illegal collection of personal data, deception, lies, coercion, extortion, the list goes on. I've reviewed hundreds of documents, adverts, sponsorships. I've reviewed emails between Honey and merchants, interviewed victims. Believe me, this runs deep. Now, I want to be clear, the views, allegations, and conclusions expressed in this series are my opinions, based on evidence I have gathered, which will be shared throughout. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Honey Trap. Now I know what you're thinking, it's a free browser extension, how bad could it be? Well, trust me, it's far more sinister than you might think. You know what they say, if a product's free, it's likely you're the product. And as you'll find out later in this investigation, that remains true for PayPal Honey. Now, like most people, I too fell for the lies. I mean, what's not to love about a free browser extension that saves you money? It's a compelling product, and with the endorsement from what feels like every single popular influencer on YouTube, it's no wonder millions of people downloaded it. Ironically, the very influencers promoting Honey seemingly had no idea the company was quietly picking money out of their very own pockets. Well, at least one of them realized, but we'll get to that later. So let me show you how Honey's been stealing money from influencers. So let's say you're watching a video on YouTube. If you're into tech like me, maybe you're watching a Linus Tech Tips video. Linus tells you about this free browser extension that saves you money online, you install it in 2 clicks, and boom, you have Honey. Perfect timing, because it just so happens you're looking to buy a new CPU for your computer. You come across another Linus Tech Tips video, and after watching, you're convinced you should buy the one recommended in his video. So you scroll down and find Linus's affiliate link to that product. Now, for those of you who don't know, when you click an affiliate link and buy something, the influencer who promoted the product earns a commission for referring you to that store. So you add the product to your cart, get to the checkout page, and hello, Honey says they found you 10 coupon codes. Sweet. You click apply discounts and Honey gets to work. But unfortunately, none of the coupon codes worked. Doesn't matter though, because as Honey has promised us for years, that means we know we've got the best deal. So you can
supposedly. But as it turns out, that's not true. And there's a bunch of nefarious shit going on here, unfortunately. There's a bunch of very nefarious things happening all at once. Honestly, I thought it was maybe going to be one thing. And as this guy goes through all of this, I started to realize, oh no, it's it's a multifaceted attack. It's shocking. Now, one thing that that PayPal Honey is doing is essentially taking advantage of the fact that you are not paying attention to your cookies, right? While you're browsing and using the internet, right? While you're making purchases, whatever. You don't have a feed showing you showing your cookie activity on your like only hackers and like computer nerds are, and you know what I mean, like at all even considering doing things like that, and even those kinds of people aren't doing that constantly usually. And so, you know, they're taking advantage of the fact that cookies are essentially just unseen and hidden from users while they're browsing the internet. And so, you know, what they've been doing is actually using
You purchase, you're happy, you're...
using some sort of shifty, sneaky coding so that every time you click the apply discounts button for Honey, it instead replaces the cookie that your browser picked up from clicking the link to your favorite creator, whoever it might have been, to get like whatever product you know, affiliate link they had suggested you you use, and they replace the link with their own link, so therefore diverting any money that would have gone to the creator that you believe that you're supporting while spending that money to themselves.
Illegal.
What you'll notice is that in the top left corner of your browser, Honey discreetly opens a small new tab, which acts like a simulated referral click, as if they were the ones to refer you to the website, even though you're already on the website and at the checkout page. Once that page is finished loading and has stuffed PayPal's affiliate cookie, the tab automatically closes, leaving you blissfully unaware that anything ever happened. It's very sneaky. Now, when I first discovered this was happening, I thought, there's no way. Why would all these high-profile influencers be promoting a company that is actively poaching their affiliate commissions? It didn't make any sense. So to make sure I wasn't going crazy, I went on a Honey testing spree, clicking one affiliate link after another, and it kept happening. But even after all those tests,
I think one of the reasons why it's possible that I think there's two potential reasons here, right? Either some affiliates are being paid money outright before, but I think that's much less likely than the potential for affiliates just having no fucking clue that this is happening. Because how would you, as a creator, right, how would you be monitoring this sort of thing, right? Unless you're like a computer wizard, right? The being able to track people following your links or whatever would be incredibly hard. And in fact, I think to some degree you would have to be like, you have to be monitoring your own audience's web traffic, which sounds incredibly sketchy as shit. So, you know, like, how are creators supposed to even know that this is happening? Right? I think that to me is the most likely explanation.
has nothing to offer, so pops up offering you to check out with PayPal, even though the option is already available at the checkout page. And of course, if you click the checkout button, PayPal poaches the sale. Classy. As I was saying, Honey uses any excuse possible to get that last click from the user. It's absolutely disgusting. I can't even begin to fathom how much money has been lost at the hands of this browser extension. Imagine being the influencers who promoted Honey, telling your audience, who, by the way, are the most likely to use your affiliate links, to download an app that poaches your affiliates.
Who else is using affiliate links?
Like, now, to be clear, not every
like, I guess maybe there might be some people, especially like really big influencers, where maybe just some random who doesn't actually like their content found their video and decided to click an affiliate link, but I feel like that's got to be super rare.
who promoted honey engages in affiliate marketing, so those who don't are obviously unaffected. But did any of the influencers who are engaging in affiliate marketing ever catch on to what Honey's been doing? Well, it turns out yes, at least one of them did. Linus Tech Tips, who have been promoting Honey since 2017.
Of course, Linus
So
is the
here's
one.
how I found this out. You see, one day I was
Because, like, that's the thing. I don't know if anybody here's ever watched Linus Tech Tips before, but he is the epitome of a computer nerd. He's one of the most prolific, well-known computer nerds on the planet, aside from people like, I guess, like Bill Gates or whatever. Well, in terms of internet space, YouTube realm, you know, Linus Tech Tips is one of basically the biggest tech channel. Just full stop. This guy, of all people, would be the person to notice.
Since 2017. So here's how I found this out. You see, one day I was browsing Linus's forum to see if anyone had raised a red flag about honey. And sure enough, back in 2020, someone sounded the alarm, but it was ultimately ignored. However, in 2022, a different user noticed that LMG were no longer promoting honey and asked the team if they had been dropped as a sponsor, to which one of Linus's employees responded with, "We ended the partnership with Honey due to the way their service interacted with affiliate links. Essentially, if someone clicked on an affiliate link and then they use Honey and search for a deal, Honey will override that tracking link even if they don't find you a deal. That didn't jive with us, so we ended the partnership." Okay, so they had no idea this was happening, and it took them several years to catch on. That's quite telling, because we're talking about a tech-savvy YouTube channel that's run by a very large team. The fact that it took them several years to figure this
seriously.
out, in my opinion, really underscores the deceptive nature with which Honey operates.
Seriously, the fact that one of the most capable tech teams on the internet, with hundreds and hundreds of people working under them, it's insane. It's insane that it took this long. But it's incredibly covert. Nobody is just staring at, you know, at these sorts of tiny little things, you know, trying to make sure that these companies, you know, are sticking to these sort of, you know, agreed upon deals. Oh God, so frustrating.
If Linus and his team didn't know, I can't imagine many other influencers would have known either. Now, I have to say, as a longtime viewer and supporter of Linus's channel, I'm incredibly disappointed they weren't more public with this discovery. I get this specific issue doesn't directly affect their viewers, but surely they must have realized the wider impact this could be having on the creator community, a community they're a part of. I think that...
Yeah, in my opinion, that's a miscarriage of justice. And of, well, at least of their own responsibility that I feel like those guys have, especially with how much cash Linus Tech Tips and their affiliated channels are making, and the amount of staff they have. Like, all of this should have been figured out sooner, and they absolutely should have alerted the internet to it.
And it's not as though they only promoted Honey. I mean, holy shit! Honey wasn't finding you the best deals possible. They were intentionally withholding them from you for their own financial gain. This completely invalidates Honey's core value proposition to consumers. For years, they sold you the lie that they would find you every working coupon code on the internet and apply the best one to your cart. But nope, complete and utter lie. They have literally been feeding you coupon codes that were approved by the partnered stores who were paying them. And can I just say, the double messaging here is hilarious. Because on one hand, Honey has appealed to consumers by promising to find the best deals possible. But on the other hand, they appeal to businesses claiming that Honey helps prevent consumers from finding the best deals. It's absurd. Now, when you...
Yeah, we skipped over his description of this part, but basically it was made pretty clear in some of Honey's own promotional videos to businesses who they were trying to get on board with their system that actually what Honey does isn't actually find the best deals, as it turns out. They just trick your consumer into thinking they've gotten the best deals while Honey, you know, leeches out the affiliate money, right? So they're stealing money from the creators while telling the businesses who they're serving that actually we're not, you know, we're not even going to find those customers the best deals possible. In fact, they're like, this guy went through it and found out there was multiple places in which Honey couldn't find a coupon, but he could very, very quickly find a coupon that was better than what Honey could find. Which just points to the fact this business shouldn't exist. It's like, it's almost worse than the healthcare industry if it was at all focused on things that were like more like life and death, I guess, right? Like, it's just like consumer stuff, marketplace stuff, or sweaters or whatever. But the point is this company is clearly committing fraud, and they're technically linked to PayPal. And now Peter Thiel and Elon Musk are going to have their hands on the helm of the government. So Lena Khan's getting kicked out. I don't see how we're going to even get this one dealt with. Very frustrating. All right. Do we need to take a break? Not quite. Do a couple of more holiday stories here. Here's Mayim Bialik. What's it called? Oh my god, my brain just broke. Big Bang Theory actress and Jewish woman here to explain to us.
Hey, Gaetz, today we're gonna grok Hanukkah. Hanukkah's a Jewish holiday that happens every winter. Because Jewish people use a lunar calendar as opposed to a solar Gregorian calendar, which most of the world uses, the holiday tends to shift around. But just know that Hanukkah happens in the winter, okay? Okay. This year, Hanukkah starts on my birthday. What? People have a lot of misconceptions about Hanukkah, so here's a little quiz to help you figure it all out. Take the quiz and prepare to impress your Jewish and Gentile friends and family. Number 1, Hanukkah is Jewish Christmas. Since Hanukkah tends to fall right around Christmas, a lot of people think that it's the Jewish equivalent of Christmas. And it is a holiday with rituals and traditions, but it's actually not Jewish Christmas. Christmas celebrates Jesus being born in a manger, and because Christians believe that Jesus is the Son of God, it's a huge deal. It's the basis for redemption and salvation for millions of Christians all over the world. Hanukkah is about a group of Jews called the Maccabees defeating the Seleucid army in the 2nd century BCE, and it's detailed in the Apocrypha, not the Old Testament. It's also about a miracle where this oil that was supposed to last for 1 day lasted 8 days, and it's about defeating oppression and religious freedom and believing that what you believe in is worth your life. That's Hanukkah. It's not Jewish Christmas. Number 2, true or false? Hanukkah is a really big deal. False. I mean, it is, but it also isn't, technically speaking. You see, Jewish holidays are divided up into major holidays and minor holidays. Major holidays are things like Passover, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, and some other really awesome holidays that you may have never heard of, like Sukkot and Shavuos. On major holidays, we refrain from things like using electricity, driving, writing, or working. But on minor holidays, you can drive, you can write, you can work, you can use electricity, because they're minor holidays. But Hanukkah's still fun, even though it's minor. We love Hanukkah. Woo! Minor holiday. Hanukkah. Number 3, Hanukkah involves tons of presents. 8 nights of presents. Guess what? False. Don't you get presents? You're probably like, I know Jews who get presents every night. Why do you like presents? Everybody likes presents. Why do you like presents? We like of course we like presents. Everybody likes presents. And a lot of families, you get things like pajamas, calendars, stickers, socks, nice. Chocolate coins.
Yes.
Dreidels.
Definitely dreidels and chocolate
Hanukkah's
coins.
About so much more than the presents. It's about finding light in darkness. It's about facing adversity.
Coins.
It's about fighting for what you believe. It's also about lots of awesome Hanukkah jewelry. What? But mostly it's about those other things. Number 4, Jews eat super unhealthy food for 8 days of Hanukkah. True. Because the story of Hanukkah revolves around oil, we basically eat tons of food fried in oil. Like latkes or potato pancakes, they're these potato onion fritters, and they're amazingly delicious with sour cream or applesauce, or if you're in my family, ketchup.
Oh.
That's right.
Sorry, we're gonna have to end this video. I just realized she is not a a reputable source for discussion of Hanukkah. She just said that she puts ketchup on her latkes. That's going to end this video immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
That's sacrilegious right there is what that is. I've never heard of anybody putting ketchup on their latkes, and that is just wrong. That's wrong. That's not what you do. Okay, I'm kidding. You're allowed. If you want, it's America. It's free. You can do what you want. I'm going to look at you weird.
In addition to tomorrow being Christmas, it is also the first night of Hanukkah, and this is causing a bit of a dilemma for many of the Jewish faith who are going to have to choose between two story traditions. Fox Eyes' Jody Goldberg explains.
Will it be latkes or lo mein? That's the question on the minds of many as Hanukkah falls on the same day as Christmas this year, and Chinese restaurants are among the select few cuisines open for consideration.
You got two choices.
I'm going to have latkes. Next year I'll do the Chinese food.
Tonight, Chinese food, and tomorrow night, latkes.
Some have it all
Diversity.
figured out, while others are still debating between the different delicacies. Ben's Kosher Deli is open on both holidays, and since they coincide
with it being Hanukkah and Christmas at the same time, today and tomorrow are becoming the bigger days.
People are coming in and buying a lot of latkes.
4 dozen latkes.
And a lot of other things, too.
We're going to be selling a lot of hot dogs, a lot of pastrami, and a lot of the ribeyes.
$17.91.
Okay, so this is the first time Hanukkah landed on Christmas in the past 20 years, and it's not going to happen for another 10. So here's the deal. What's better, latkes? Or Chinese? Which would you...
Well, that's clearly a personal opinion. You decide for yourself, chat, which one you want, Chinese food or latkes. I mean, there's other things you can eat aside from latkes, although it seems to be the most celebrated of Jewish Hanukkah foods. All right. I'll take a quick break. You know what? I'm gonna do it this way. We'll listen to the Bender Yule log on the break. Where art thou, Bender Yule log? Not even in my recommends. That is so rude.
How rude.
That's not how you spell Bender. Okay, here we go. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying this Christmakkuhwanza live stream. We still got plenty more to go, but we're going to take a quick space break. If you haven't already hit the like button, don't forget to subscribe. While you're doing those two things, do consider giving Christmas donations to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. So many great ways to do that. YouTube super chats and super stickers. We still only have memberships on Twitch. Maybe YouTube will eventually provide us with the ability to do memberships, but for now, if you want galactic emotes, you're gonna have to go on Twitch. But we also have other ways to donate. Cash App, PayPal if you don't want benefits, but the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to spend them on a galactic Patreon membership, which is only 3, count 'em, 1, 2, 3 Earth US dollars to be a Galactic patron. Alright, chat. Enjoy this space break. Grab yourselves a drink, perhaps a latke, and I will be right back. By the way, you'll notice if you look hard on your screen that we've got a Kwanza menorah, or actually it's called a Kanara in Kwanza, but is very similar to a Hanukkah, which is a Hanukkah menorah. You can see we've already got one of the candles lit, as well as the middle candle, which is meant to be the lighting candle, if I recall correctly. Although, actually, no, I might be doing this one wrong. I might have to put out the middle candle. I think it's just... I just realized. I don't think you are supposed to do the middle candle first, are you? Now I have to look it up. Now I'm questioning everything. God damn it. Alright, be right back.
come. Let earth receive her King. Let every heart prepare him room. And heaven and nature sing. And heaven and nature sing. And heaven and nature sing. Joy to the world, the Savior reigns. Let men their songs employ, while fields and floods, rot hills and plains, repeat the sounding joy, repeat the sounding joy, repeat, repeat the sounding joy. No more let sins and sorrows grow, nor thorns infest the ground. He comes to make his blessings flow. For as the
If you're wondering where the menorah is, well, wonder no longer. Check it out. Menorah. And I've looked it up. I was right about lighting the black candle first, which is what we were supposed to use to light the rest of the candles. So I was right. Thank God. But there we go. Glorious galactic menorah. Lit here at the UN in celebration of this holiday. Alright, chat. It's time. Time for you to get back to your seats as the galactic content is about to get started once again. And we will be lighting each candle as we go throughout the 8 crazy nights. All right. We're going to get back to the United States. Got a bunch more stuff to talk about here. Amidst the holidays, we do have some important things to get into. A chatter, who just mentioned it? Was it Mozart? Mozzie? Who said it? Sasha? Somebody mentioned Christmas music. About the plight of the worker. We are actually going to get into that, but later, so don't get ahead of me, alright? I pause this. Please. Thank you. Very much. Okay, back to it, people. Let's go to a little place called Tejas.
Well, also for the first time since 2005, the first night of the Jewish holiday, Hanukkah, falls on Christmas Day.
That means essentially there are families here in North Texas who will be celebrating both holidays essentially at the same time. Our Olivia Leach with one of those families in their dual celebration.
Which one do you want to spin?
In the Kelmanson family, they play with dreidels and decorate a Christmas tree.
December is really busy because usually
I'm sorry.
Hanukkah is
Please hold.
earlier in December, but you never know.
Please hold. I need to see that again. But no. No. Got too far now.
They play with dreidels and decorate.
Oh my God. It is. What an incredible decoration here. Abe Lincoln with what appears to be some sort of a festive tuxedo of some sort.
A Christmas tree.
December is really busy because usually Hanukkah is earlier in December, but you never know when it's going to fall. But growing up, for me, I celebrated both. My dad's Jewish and my mom's Christian.
Sophie Kelmanson grew up celebrating both holidays, but her husband Greg wasn't used to that.
Is that legal? I don't know.
Illegal.
I'm not a lawyer.
Greg, who is also Jewish.
Could be.
And so we get to do the same thing with our children, which is really cool. It's like a full circle.
Usually, Hanukkah comes before Christmas, but this year, the first night of Hanukkah is actually on Christmas Day.
You know, it's new to us. We've never had this. You know, Hanukkah's fallen on, I think, Thanksgiving before, but I don't remember it ever falling on Christmas.
And their home is dressed for both occasions.
It's happened. It's happened. Write that down.
And our dreidel. This was Greg's menorah growing up.
Ooh, that's a fancy menorah.
Dinosaurs, Henry's, and the rainbow is Hattie's. But it just kind of represents our family. And so it's a special time, and I love to do that.
That's right. We can celebrate more than one holiday at one time. We're doing it here right now. This family is doing it in Texas, of all places. What? War on Christmas happening everywhere. All right, people. Let's keep it moving. Here's a Christmas present for you. The House has decided to release its ethics report on Matt Gaetz. So let's talk about it. Gaetzgate.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, War, Peace, and the Presidency. I'm Amy Goodman. We turn now to the damning details of the House Ethics Committee report released Monday on former Republican Congressman Matt Gaetz, Trump's first pick for Attorney General, before Gaetz was forced to withdraw from consideration. He tried to block the report's release this week, but failed. The bipartisan committee's report found Gaetz, quote, regularly paid women for engaging in sexual activity with him, possessed illegal drugs, including cocaine and ecstasy, on, quote, multiple different occasions. The report also found Gaetz had paid a 17-year-old high school student for sex in 2017. The Ethics Committee also investigated a trip Gaetz made in 2018 to the Bahamas, where accepted transportation and lodging in violation of the House rules and laws on gifts. The committee found Gaetz, quote, violated House rules, state and federal laws, and other standards of conduct prohibiting prostitution, statutory rape, illicit drug use, acceptance of impermissible gifts, the provision of special favors and privileges, and obstruction of Congress. The report has renewed questions about how Gaetz escaped federal charges after an earlier Justice Department criminal investigation.
Goddamn.
A lawyer for two women who testified before the House Ethics Panel, which is evenly...
Wow, that's quite a list right there. This adds up to quite a large amount of money. Just looking at it quickly, I think it must add up to at least $80,000+ here. 73, yeah, that's a lot.
A lawyer for two women who testified before the House Ethics Panel, which is evenly divided between Republicans and Democrats. Two of the witnesses said they were paid for sexual favors by Gaetz, including one who said she witnessed Gaetz having sex with a minor, had called for the report to be released. Joel Leppard said in a statement, the House Ethics Committee's thorough investigation and detailed findings vindicate my client's accounts and demonstrate their credibility. Meanwhile, Gaetz continued to deny all allegations against him. He wrote on X, quote, giving funds to someone you're dating that they didn't ask for and that isn't charged for sex is now prostitution. There's a reason they did this to me in a Christmas.
I'm sorry, but this report is hilarious in comparison to what he's saying here, because he didn't just give it to his supposed girlfriend, woman one. There was a dozen other women, including Joel Greenberg here, apparently, all on the Matt Gaetz teat. Whoa, that's the wrong sound shot. What the fuck?
Phrasing.
Thank you. All right. Anyway, if you were waiting for that report to come out, there you go. We'll probably talk about it more. It's just not the most fun of stories, or the most holiday cheerful stories. It's pretty disgusting and horrifying, the details of all of it, so we're not going to get too deep into it. But I figured it would be something of a Christmas present for some who hadn't heard the entirety of the details yet. So there you go. Now, this is not a Christmas present in any way, and this is another rough story, which is why we're moving on from this one, because we need to talk about multiple rough stories in a row here before we get back to trying to enjoy the holidays here. All right, let's go here to Majority Report from yesterday. Although I believe the footage, which the clip is from a couple of, actually more than I think it's from last week. Right? Because I think Congress is on vacation right now. I could be wrong about that particular detail. But what's the name of this organization? I think it's called like the Organization to Protect Social Security or something like that. One of the people at that organization went when Republicans were meeting to ask if they would pledge something in particular.
This whole Doge thing is absolute garbage. We get these from time to time. We had the Simpson Bowles commission. Do you remember that? Were you around, Matt, when that was happening?
That was a little bit before my time, but I remember hearing it talked about.
Simpson was a senator from, I want to say, Wyoming. And Alan Simpson, and he famously said while he was a member of this commission, or he was chairing, that we got a problem with old people on the government teat, I think is what he said. And Bowles, Erskine Bowles, was, I want to say, chief of staff for Jimmy Carter. Clinton. And he was also a fan of privatizing Social Security. This is why when people who like Social Security were very, very suspect of Barack Obama. And the rules for this committee were, I think it was something like, there's going to be 8 Democrats and 7 Republicans. The specific numbers, but I think that was the dynamic. And for this committee to make a recommendation, you needed a majority of the committee to sign off on it. And there was so much pushback to this committee amongst Democrats. And it was, I think it was basically made up of sitting senators, if I remember correctly. So it wasn't just sort of randos who hadn't been elected. They could not issue a committee report because they couldn't get a majority of people who would sign on to it. And so they attempted to release these sort of like minority reports. And then the media would pick it up. The Simpson Bowles Commission says we need to cut the cost of living increases for old people. And I remember going on MSNBC going, the Simpson Bowles Commission did not put out a report based upon their own rules. Some dudes did. But they were just dudes. They weren't the committee because the committee needed a majority and it didn't get a majority. Well, the rules for the Doge thing is they paid me money to win the election. So whatever. That's the rules. And it's going to be used as a cover. They're going to say that they're cutting the military, and they're going to end up cutting like $5 from the military. But then they're going to go for social services. Seriously? And even more dramatically, they're going to go for Social Security and Medicare. Here is Representative Greg Lopez, Republican from Colorado, outside the meeting of the Doge Caucus. This is a group of Republicans, who are supporting this non-elected bureaucratic committee that is making proclamations on behalf of the richest man in the world.
Follow the rich white man.
We're going to just keep asking members of the caucus as they come in, sir, can we get a pledge to stand with President Trump against cuts to Social Security and Medicare benefits?
I think, you know what, when we look to reduce our national debt, I think these should be on the table.
Oh,
you know, so
really?
I'm a strong advocate of discussing this and reevaluating them.
I
And
see.
I do believe at the end of the day, there will be some cuts.
There are cuts to Social
Interesting.
Security and Medicare.
He seems excited about it
And
almost.
that's on the table in the Doge caucus right now.
Well, we're about to find out.
Okay, thank
Wow.
you so much. So there you have a member of the Doge committee, the Doge caucus.
Pause it for 1 second. I should tell you that's Alex Lawson from Social Security Works. I suspect that
Social Security Works. Thank you. There we
the
are.
representative didn't realize.
Right. I was going to say, great for Social Security Works being in that hall.
Oh, yeah, no.
It's a tough
Lawson's
hall to
quite
be
good
in,
at this.
undoubtedly.
And, I mean, there you have it. First off, let's be clear. Social Security does not contribute one dime to the deficit. It is statutorily impossible for Social Security to add to the deficit, which is why.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they genuinely believe that that's what they're addressing. I think it's what they use as like a, what do you call it, like a dog whistle for people who want to just keep people working until they die, right? For a certain group of people who've made enough money to not have to worry about thinking about working anymore into retirement, even without Social Security. People like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel, J.D. Vance and his family, Donald Trump. Pretty much everyone that's going into the administration are the sort of people who are not going to have to worry about Social Security paying out for them. So in their estimation, it's actually better if we have, 70-year-old gas station attendants and things like that. So we're going to have to do some definite fighting going into 2025. It would seem, even though we heard Donald Trump at one point say that he was completely unwilling to touch Social Security. We're not going to do anything about Social Security. No, it's very good. You wouldn't do that. Now let's talk about the guy at the head of the Doge caucus, Elon Musk.
Texas Congresswoman Kay Granger, she made history just a few years ago, becoming the first Republican woman to lead the powerful House Appropriations Committee. But her long career in public service took a turn this week when it was revealed she has...
Exactly, Bob. We need more 90-year-old Walmart greeters and, cashiers at McDonald's and things like that.
How absent she has been from Congress, living in an independent living facility, and according to her son, has been dealing with dementia issues in recent months. She had already announced that her upcoming retirement from Congress when this term wraps, but all of this has renewed questions on the Hill and off about aging members of Congress and their fitness to serve. Elon Musk, for one, has jumped.
Here we are. This is all we needed. We just needed the first 30 seconds in this tweet. Elon Musk. Well, here we go. On his own private social media company. Maybe we should have some basic cognitive test for elected officials. This is getting crazy. Okay, Elon. That sounds fascinating. Let's get on that. You think Donald Trump will take it? I'd love to see what Donald Trump comes in on an actual cognitive test. Not like identifying shapes, but like, because I assume that's what Elon Musk is talking about. I don't think he's concerned that the congresswoman can't identify shapes, right? Which is what like the sort of cognitive test that Donald Trump had taken in the past. Should be really interesting. Now, you know what else would be really interesting is to see whether or not Elon Musk has to face any consequences, or if Tesla will have to face any consequences with Lina Khan and the FTC and himself in the government as it relates to any of the shady practices Tesla has been getting into, especially as it relates to self-driving, which has apparently been at essentially the cause of at least 1,000 crashes since its introduction. Let's talk about that. Love that they get to redact things, information that should clearly be public based upon proprietary bullshit. Yeah, this might be important for public safety, but you know what's more important than public safety? Corporate profits.
Follow the rich white man.
Then don't make it available. If they need to be in control at all times, then telling drivers that they've actually got a computer dealing with this and they, technically don't, which is essentially what people like Elon Musk have been saying. Actually, I don't really, think there's any safety problems with this or anything else like that. This is disgusting. But we've talked about this in the past, so we're not going to go too deep into this. We'll probably revisit this later this week. Going to try and keep it more holiday fun here. So we're going to move on from this, but it is disturbing. And this Wall Street Journal report, honestly, is quite good. So we will probably revisit this because it's a huge concern. The fact that this guy is now going to be in the fucking government, completely not divested from his fucking companies, which he makes billions of dollars from a year and owns billions of dollars in stock on, you know, that he has a personal vested interest in, like, like this is not how our government's supposed to be run. And we're about to be in a much worse world with these people at the head of things. Well, we're not just going to be trusting his products anymore, Jerry. He's not going to be at the head of an institution that's going to be touted as something that's trustworthy. It's going to have potentially, it would seem, effects up and down the line. The Doge caucus is talking about Social Security right now. You know? What does that have to do with tech and efficiency? All right. We're going to end at least what was my intended first half content with a couple more videos. As we've been talking this entire time about the war on Christmas. Figured, once more, we shall go into that deep dark void.
Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas! Happy holidays. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is that time of year. It is the time of year when folks like myself wage a war on Christmas. And so, to celebrate my long-fought war on Christmas, I present to you my favorite clip from me doing television, at least specifically to deal with the war on Christmas. In fact, the only clip I've ever participated in on television that dealt with the war on Christmas. I can't imagine why I wasn't brought back onto television to talk about the war on Christmas. This is from 2005 CNN, me with the head of the Concerned Women for America at that time, a man named Bob Knight. Enjoy.
Well, Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays, a Christmas tree or a holiday tree? Which should it be? Depends on whom you ask. We've seen controversy, most notably prompted by the White House. It sent out cards, this card matter of fact, wishing a holiday season of hope and happiness. No mention of Christmas. Some thoughts now on the subject. Sam Teeter hosts the show Majority Report on Air America Radio. Bob Knight is the director of the Culture and Family Institute. It's affiliated with the Christian conservative organization Concerned Women for America. Gentlemen, great to have you with me.
Thanks for having me.
Bob Knight, the most concerned woman in America.
All right, well, let's start with the holiday card. What do you think, Sam?
Well, listen, you know, as far as the war on Christmas goes, I feel like we should be waging a war on Christmas. I mean, I believe that Christmas, it's almost proven that Christmas has nuclear weapons, can be an imminent threat to this country, that they have operative ties with terrorists, and I believe that we should sacrifice thousands of American lives in pursuit of this war on Christmas.
Yeah, and I think earlier in the stream we actually proved that Santa has ties to the U.S. government, so perhaps Santa is some sort of secret link between Al-Qaeda and the U.S. government? Oh my God.
What you talking about?
And hundreds of billions of dollars of taxpayer money.
Well, Sam, is it a war on Christmas, a war on Christians, a war on over political correctness, or just a lot of people with way too much time on their hands?
Well, I would say probably, if I was to be serious about it, too much time on their hands. But I'd like to get back to the operational ties between Santa Claus and Al-Qaeda.
I don't think that exists. Bob?
Well, it didn't.
Absolutely
exists.
You have intel. And where exactly does your intel come from?
Well, we have tortured an elf. And it's actually how we got the same information from al-Libi. That's exactly the same way the Bush administration got this info about the operational ties between Al-Qaeda and Saddam.
Okay, Bob Knight. Sam is tying in.
Okay, all right. That's good enough. We already watched this clip once this week. It's one of my favorite of all time. It's a true vintage clip of holiday joy. One which we can truly, you know, together as a group enjoy, in my opinion. Now, someone earlier mentioned the plight of Christmas music and of the lowly retail worker. Now let's go to some elves who've had enough.
Right, peasants, listen up, please.
Peasants.
Okay, it's Christmas, and I have decided to spread some Christmas cheer to the lovely customers of Playtech, which means for the rest of the month, you lucky employees will be wearing these.
There's no way I'm wearing that.
Did I make it sound like you had an option?
But what if we don't want to wear elf costumes?
Oh, well then you'll be getting massive pay cuts.
You literally can't make us do that.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Oh, it's time for Christmas. Oh, it's time.
Hey guys, thanks very much for watching. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
We'll see.
There you go. Little Christmas message all the way from New Zealand. Alright, now we got a few things to talk about. Environmentally speaking, on this here Christmakkuhwanza, whatever I'm calling it, stream. And started off with this one.
Coming up, from street parties in Mexico, nativity scenes in Europe.
This is magic moment for all the world.
And colorful markets in the Far East. Christmas celebrations are in full swing.
I know that you've come here to ask Santa about, well, being Santa.
But it's not all fun and games for the big guy. He's got environmental problems.
The elves are working very hard at the moment.
We break down the process
beard,
of melting
though.
Santa's Arctic den.
There's still a lot of opposition to legal restrictions on plastics production and plastic waste management.
The usual dynamics are that countries who produce oil and petrochemical industries, they try as much as possible not to have a language on production in the treaty.
And here's some advice about protecting the planet without sacrificing your Christmas spirit.
The single message would be, X out the things you don't need this holiday season.
Just 2 degrees is on. Now.
The fact is we are conditioned to think that the season is about
Whoa.
Right
Woke Santa. Woke Santa telling us to not give in to consumerism this year? My God.
The Arctic, Earth's North Pole, is losing its cool and fast. 2 to 4 times faster than the rest of the planet over the past few decades. Today, this polar tundra is around 3 degrees Celsius warmer than it was back in 1980, according to a study posted in the Nature journal. My guess is that Santa Claus is pretty worried. The Arctic is vital for regulating the temperature of the planet and therefore sustaining life. How does it work? Well, the region is essentially an ocean of ice that's surrounded by land, which reflects a significant amount of sunlight back into the abyss of space. Because the area has had so much ice over the centuries, it's remained cold. But with the Arctic heating up faster than the rest of the world, a process called polar amplification is underway.
That's true. In the 1800s, Swedish chemist Svante Arrhenius theorized that the poles would warm more quickly than other regions as more CO2 was released into the atmosphere. The concept of polar amplification was born and meant bad news for Antarctica and the Arctic, which are crucial to maintaining the planet's climate. Arrhenius believed that as ice melted, the Earth would reflect less sunlight and absorb more heat.
That's hot.
Polar amplification is also influenced by cloud cover, heat coming up from the south, and increased moisture in the atmosphere. These combined effects are leading to rapid transformations in the polar regions. But polar amplification is far more extreme in the Arctic because of geographical location and warmer ocean
So Santa
currents.
is likely under considerable stress as his home is literally melting.
Oh, that's a good point.
But I don't think his woes are stopping many celebrations. Across the Northern Hemisphere and the South, Christmas trees are up, the lights are on, gatherings are happening every night this week. It's no doubt one of the most fun times of the year for believers and non-believers alike. But it does come at a...
Oh boy. Yeah, who even was thinking that in this moment? But Santa is in distress right now over climate change, with the melting of the Arctic ice sheet and the North Pole. It's a lot meltier up there than it used to be.
significant cost to the planet. But I won't be the one being all Scrooge about it. I'll let our producer, Mikhail Malik, do that.
Christmas, a special time for some to gather with friends and family and celebrate the joy.
Adrian, Vixen, and Chatter, good to see you. I heard what happened, or is it, I mean, I assume it's true that you've been unfairly ousted from Twitch. Is this a temporary ban? Is it like a week ban, or what? Was there any sort of time limit given, or is this just an outright? Were you just outright banned with no appeal or like time given to return?
Of the season. But
it's an indefinite ban? Unbelievable. It's an indefinite ban? Oh my god. You didn't even get a time limit on it? That is bullshit. That's no good. An indefinite ban is basically a death sentence on Twitch. We gotta do something about getting... If you're not already, follow or subscribe to Adrian on YouTube.
Holiday food, put up decorations and exchange gifts, our carbon footprint snowballs into something much larger than at any other time of the year. Listen to this ex-user who's got a unique approach to spreading holiday cheer and a message about sustainability.
Each year, I like to put a little message on the consumption on Christmas.
Dashing through the trash on a planet feeling pain. Recycling's just a mask for profits they sustain. Bottles, bags, and straws, they tell us sort it right. But most of it won't ever change. It's landfill bound tonight.
It's an upstream problem where it unload the burden to the consumer based on this fast produced production and the mentality of just easy produce, and it's just create a large amount of waste. That one couldn't stand with me, so I just want to broaden that message to more people.
And few countries spend Christmas quite like the planet's biggest polluters.
Oh.
A whopping 119 million Americans will travel 80 kilometers or more to be with friends and family. 7.8 million passengers will fly during a 12-day period. 4 million will travel by train, bus, and sea. What do those CO2 emissions look like on a larger scale? A staggering 41.6 billion tons of planet-heating gases would have been released over the course of 2024.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
For fuck's sake. Now we're about to get an administration in the White House who wants to drill, baby, drill. How great. I'm sure that won't have any effects on the environment or the fact that the Chevron doctrine's been overturned. I'm sure all that won't affect this in a negative way. No way that happens.
I don't want reality.
Hush. All right. Now let's talk about something positive. It is the holidays. I tried to get at least a few of them in here. Let's go here now. Talk about this technological breakthrough, which may be ready to take over the energy storage market.
The future is electric. Everything from cars to consumer electronics to renewable energy storage is dependent on our ability to build more and better batteries. Today, lithium-ion batteries dominate those markets, but demand for the critical minerals needed to make lithium-ion batteries is predicted to outstrip supply. That, combined with cost considerations and concerns over energy security, are leading companies and countries to consider alternative battery chemistries.
And there's one other thing which, I mean, companies don't care about, but that I care about. But the harvesting of those resources, the mining, if you will, of those resources, lithium, cobalt, these sorts of things, it's horrifying. And, you know, people have been starting to dredge the bottom of the ocean and destroy all the rest of the remaining corals that haven't been bleached and destroyed. And the rest of the important, you know, ocean floor creatures just to get these resources. But we do in fact need healthy oceans to survive as a species, from my own understanding. So we do need to stop doing that.
Around, say, lithium, nickel, cobalt supply. Some OEMs have turned to sodium-ion.
Sodium-ion batteries have a similar design to lithium-ion batteries, which means the two can be manufactured using similar methods. Both generate electricity through a chemical reaction and are made up of an anode, cathode, separator, and an electrolyte. But in a sodium-ion battery, lithium ions are replaced with sodium ions in the battery's cathode, and lithium salts swap for sodium salts in the electrolyte. Like lithium, sodium, which is part of salt, needs to be chemically processed before it can become the feedstock that goes into the cathode and electrolyte. Sodium is right by lithium on the periodic table, which means that the two are chemically very similar, but sodium is much more abundant. It's also cheaper. Although still in its infancy, the market for sodium-ion batteries is expected to be worth over $11 billion by 2033. While sodium-ion batteries can't compete with lithium-ion batteries in terms of range in electric vehicles, they do present some unique advantages.
Doesn't use the expensive raw materials. There's no cobalt, there's no copper, there's no lithium, there's no graphite, which is really primarily controlled by China today.
What we're actually going to see is a production natron battery cell that's been fully charged, and actually we're going to drill straight through it with a hole saw, and what we're going to find is it's just going to sit there. You know, there's no safety hazard.
Look at that. Not only do we solve the problem of retaining incredibly rare earth minerals by switching to sodium, we also drastically reduce the potential harms to humans, which have been in the news a ton. But like the lithium-ion battery fires have been all over the place, and part of that has to do with improper storage or overcharging and things like that. But the fact is that with sodium, many of those risks just disappear because it's a much safer battery. So we really do need to get on to using this technology, and they are now trying to. This was from a year ago. I recently have been seeing a lot of efforts from people trying to switch over to sodium now, because the batteries are starting to at least catch up to the some of the abilities of lithium as it relates to energy storage and like an output that were somewhat elusive in the past. But of course, sodium is much more attainable, you know?
There's no fire.
Chinese battery giant CATL recently announced that it would supply automaker Chery with sodium-ion batteries for its EVs. Other battery companies like S-Volt and French-based startup Timat are pursuing similar technology. CNBC spoke to two companies, California-based Natron Energy and UK-based Faradion about their plans to commercialize sodium-ion batteries and the technology's place in the evolving battery market.
Why can't an electric car charge itself with an alternator? I never considered that. But what I do know is that instead of using an alternator, electric vehicles use, or some of them, not all, but some of them use braking power to recharge the battery, right? Like you hit the brakes and the energy from that gets transferred back to the battery.
One of those companies is Faradion, which was founded in the UK in 2011. In 2022, Indian conglomerate Reliance Industries acquired the startup for $135 million.
Reliance's own captive demand is massive. They have the largest oil refinery in the world, moving to renewable energy. They have one of the largest telecom companies in the world with Jio, and they have one of the largest retail businesses in the world. So there's all these power requirements, there's delivery vehicles, there's telecom applications.
The cathode in Faradion's battery cells is a chemistry known as sodium layered oxide and contains sodium, nickel, manganese, magnesium, titanium, and oxygen. The anode is made of hard carbon, which comes from coconut shells or other biomass materials. Quinn says Faradion is initially focusing on producing batteries for the stationary energy storage market. This can include things like providing backup power for telecom companies or storing excess energy generated by renewable resources like wind and solar, either on the grid scale or in individual homes. Next, Faradion plans to expand into the low-speed electric vehicle market. Think electric bikes, scooters, and rickshaws. Heavy machinery like forklifts are also a contender for Faradion's batteries. Faradion installed its first sodium-ion battery for energy storage in Australia in 2022. The company says its batteries are already competitive with lithium iron phosphate technology.
But of course, there is a lot of problems with lithium iron phosphate technology. I mean, it is incredible technology. Problem is that quite easy to compromise a lithium phosphate. I'm sorry. What is it? Actually, I just realized those are two different things, right? Is it LiPo4? The iron one is a different. Whatever. Whatever. We will get into that maybe another time. I don't want to get in the weeds on electric batteries all day here. We got other things to talk. We haven't even gotten to talking Kwanza. And we do need to get there here soon, because it is almost officially Kwanza for the entire continental United States. But, got a few more things to talk before we get to any of that. Let's go here now to NBCLA, talk about the high surf impacting Ventura County coastal communities.
And right now here at 11, we're tracking dangerous conditions as high surf warnings continue in our area. Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Mikhail Medina in for Michael Brownlee this morning. One of the places getting hardest hit is right there in Ventura County. These are live pictures right now. The pier is closed as we talk, as lifeguards are on standby. We have team coverage right now. Meteorologist Belen De Leon is tracking the high surf. But first, let's get to NBC4's Lauren Coronado in Ventura.
We're on the Ventura Pier right now, where you can certainly hear the waves crash, and you can feel it here on the pier too, which is closed right now because of that high surf advisory, and a lot of folks have been stopping by to take in the sights.
It's beautiful. It's the waves are huge. The waters are rough right now.
You can still feel the pier shake, and you can feel the energy of the ocean. The pier was actually just repaired beginning of this year, actually.
Ventura City workers are inspecting the historic Ventura Pier for damage after another round of powerful waves overnight. High surf and coastal flood advisories are in effect in LA and Ventura counties, where large breaking waves are expected to peak at 12 to 18 feet, with coastal flooding and dangerous rip currents. Even experienced swimmers and surfers could get into serious trouble out there.
And if you get caught down here and you get tired,
A lot of people do, and they end up getting smashed into the pier, and you can drown.
First responders made a rescue here in Ventura Monday. You can see the team grab the surfer by the arm and walk him out of the choppy ocean water.
Sometimes you want to get as tubular as possible, but it's possible to go too far. However, that same pier we were just looking at, if you recall correctly, that Santa Cruz Pier was actually not half of it, but a large portion at the end was completely taken down by those waves less than 48 hours ago. All right, now let's go north to Malibu. I think it's north, where a man was missing.
A miracle in Malibu just in time for the holidays. Search and rescue teams located a missing elderly man as temperatures were dipping into the 40s. Rescuers credit a high-tech tool that could see the man when human eyes could not.
It's an amazing tool.
Images from a 5-pound drone show rescuers where a 78-year-old man with onset dementia was lying on the ground for nearly 3 hours after he went missing.
We used the drone to fly over the location, and we were able to locate him within 20 minutes.
Yeah, just 20 minutes of flying actually produced some miracle for a worried family in Malibu. You can see these pictures from rescuers they shared with us of the man after they found him. He had went to go check his mail around 4:30 Monday afternoon, never came back. His family searched and yelled for him, but nothing.
This man was actually down and unable to move, unable to signal to anybody, and unable to answer anybody because of the dementia.
That's when the drone came in. It was able to search for him not just with the bird's eye view, but with an infrared lens that could see what humans cannot: heat.
So the infrared technology literally shows up like a highway cone, a bright orange or reddish appearance on the monitor.
That was the elderly man curled up on the ground, alone but alive.
He was very, very cold and shivering and really unable to answer or be clear in what he was saying. He was actually holding a TV remote with him.
Deputies say this is the first time the technology has actually found a person. It's pretty new for them. They've only deployed it about 20 times so far.
I'm extremely happy we were able to actually find him. Glad he's home for Christmas now.
Just in time for Christmas, now deputies say with 150 calls for search and rescue.
Well, there you go. Oh, thank you. Malibu south of Santa Cruz. Okay, that's my bad. That's my bad. I don't know the California coast well enough.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Alright, now let's go to something else that flies on this holiday. It was having some difficulty in Minnesota. That's right. A snowy owl. Rescued by a human. Good Samaritan, if you will, on this holiday season. Incredibly cute. I've always loved snowy owls. I don't know what it is about them. All right. Now let's go far south from Minnesota, where this Christmas season there is no snow.
My name is Michael Frank. Like I said, I was born in 1957 on an island about 5 miles north of here on a high island called Jesse Willis Camp. That's my grandfather. The point was that it was just actually underwater. They couldn't live in no more. But all the islands just here were occupied by my ancestors, 20th century, 1900, early. These are all islands. They hunt, they fish, they plant corn. They could go anywhere, just carry a canvas and then put up a little sleeping place. They would sleep a couple of days and move on because this whole place was their home.
Mm-hmm. And we were talking about how the, just yesterday, about the disappearance of the key deer, which is a tiny deer only found in Floridian islands that are all under threat from global warming right now. It was yesterday, right? It was like at least yesterday or sometime this week we talked about it.
Yeah, sleeping chickees, which my grandfather built back in the mid-40s.
Johnny Too Late.
You don't see no deers. You don't see no...
Welcome. Not too late. Not too late. Never too late to arrive.
You don't see no more birds flying down here for the winter, for everything.
Fact is, this is late night space radio, so lateness is accepted, if not encouraged.
The leash will be about right here. You have to bend down to get in. The Everglades River has been cut in pieces, want to be pumped by pumps and levees and canals. No more natural flows no more. That's why I tell Corps of Engineers, let it flow like it used to flow. Let nature have its way. But they won't. They want to control it.
Okay. So yeah, indigenous communities like the Miccosukee, whom that man was or is the tribal leader of, are being forced, not of their own volition, to deal with the fact that the climate is changing and that the ecology of the land which them and their ancestors have inhabited for many, many hundreds, if not thousands of years, yeah, actually thousands checks out, are all under threat because of climate change and the rising ocean waters, as so much of Florida land is at or near sea level. Let's go on now. Wait, where are we at on time? We're doing good, doing good. Alright, let's go here. Wait, who did this? This is wrong. This shouldn't be here. This should be here. Yeah. Alright, now let's go down to Argentina. Buenos Aires.
Lo que nosotros vemos y lo que es evidente acá en Capital y en toda Argentina.
What we see, which is evident here in Buenos Aires and in all of Argentina, is that oh, whoops, sorry.
Y nosotros nuestro espacio más porque
I was not on it. Try this one more. I was trying to turn down the volume at the same time. Alright. What we see here, which is evident in Buenos Aires. Oh my god. Stop it. I'm fucking up. Let's just say this. There's more homeless people in Buenos Aires. You see in the streets and in our organization even more because we are the ones who take on the crisis. Last year we had almost 2,000 people here, and this year we expect 3,000. This is only the first year of President Javier Milei's government. This is good because I don't have a lot of money. Those look tasty. It helps me a lot with the food and the presents for the girls. It's good, and also the atmosphere is good for families. There you go, Christmas time in Argentina. God dang it. Pause. I didn't even switch screens. God damn it. So yeah, Buenos Aires, where Argentinian Donald Trump has taken power about a year and a half ago, are feeding more homeless people than ever, due to the fact that more people are struggling than ever before in Argentina, thanks to his horrifying policies of austerity and other sorts of fascinatingly terrible ideas. All right, now let's go on to Nigeria. Got a couple of different stories in Africa to discuss, but first in Nigeria, let's talk about the problem being created by frequent oil spills.
Walking through a ravaged landscape, Ikenga Genesis surveys what remains of his land. 30 acres of once fertile soil where the Nigerian farmer used to grow rice and other crops, but that now resembles a desolate swamp after oil from a nearby pipeline began leaking into the ground.
We've lost millions of naira. There was rice ready for harvest, and in the fish ponds too, it was an harvesting season, but because of the spill, we cannot harvest.
It was the fourth oil spill to affect the region since September. The leaks are usually caused by criminal groups attempting to siphon gas from nearby pipelines, resulting in spillage that contaminates water, farmland, and food. A major environmental and health hazard,
No kidding.
which also has a disastrous effect on the livelihoods of local communities. Faced with the lack of urgency by Nigerian authorities, environmentalists are calling for immediate government intervention to clean up the spills.
We are drinking, breathing, and eating, hydrocarbon pollution. So, life expectancy is affected, livelihood of the people seriously affected.
The UN first drew attention to the issue of oil spills in Nigeria 10 years ago,
Christ.
but despite the creation of a $1 billion cleanup fund managed by the Nigerian government in 2017, little progress has been made.
Horrifying. And the fact that little progress has been made. Oh, God. The Nigerian government needs to stop being so goddamn corrupt. Not gonna lie. Because, you know, they are technically the ones in charge of all of this. They could say, no more BP, or whomever it is. That I think BP is the big one in Nigeria, if I'm not mistaken. Don't quote me on that. That's just, I'm going based off my recollection. But, you know, unfortunately, Nigeria is also dealing with a currency crisis, amongst other things. And, you know, the people who are being affected most by this are the last ones considered. And of course, there's other impacts for just the world as it relates to this kind of practice, but people first impacted are those living in this community being ravaged by oil producers. All right, now let's go to a different African country. Well, actually, no, I take that back. Well, no, it is Africa, but it's not. It's France. It's a colony in Africa, owned by France. That being Mayotte, which is an island nation off of Madagascar and Mozambique, in between them, actually, in the ocean there. Was that the South Indian Ocean? I always forget. But yeah, if you missed the story earlier this week, Mayotte got hit by a devastating cyclone. Utterly flattened hundreds, if not thousands, of buildings. Dozens of people dead. Hundreds missing. And Emmanuel Macron actually went to visit earlier in the week to try and save face on the government's lack of action. But this is some of the footage from the air showing some of this devastation. You can see it's practically complete. You know, trees, if they're not stripped of their leaves, are completely flattened to the ground. You can see aid workers are trying to clean up, but there is a real lack of... There was a real lack of existing infrastructure in Mayotte. Certainly as it compares to, you know, what do you call it? Like continental France, like back in Europe. And what was there, much of it got, you know, affected by this cyclone, leaving very few ways to actually address all of it. And like, you know, like many roads aren't properly paved in Mayotte. Not all of them, but many.
La section elle est actuellement en train de travailler sur une ouverture d'itinéraire et un dégagement d'un énorme arbre qui est un manguier. Actuellement il y a une canalisation qui est juste en dessous de nous, qui a été percée par une grosse branche d'un manguier qui est tombé pendant le cyclone. On essaye de faire le maximum et assez rapidement pour faciliter les travaux de la remise en condition de la canalisation en eau, pour que les deux villages alimentés par l'usine de traitement d'eau puissent être alimentés soit ce soir, soit demain en eau.
Basically what that guy was saying is that aid workers are working as fast as they can to you know, clear all this debris and help the neighboring village, among other sort of passing things about it. But the, you know, work is not going very fast. Oh, I gotta hydrate. Thank you, tank athlete. I will hydrate. Okay. Oh, wait, I have more of these. Sorry. Sorry. Go here.
Since
the cyclone until now we're suffering. There's no water, no electricity. We don't know where we can even go to the toilet. Because of the tragedy, my children don't know where to go. Our lives have changed a lot. Until now, there's no assistance from France. At least I think that's what he's referring to when he said the mother. I believe that's when he said la mère. I believe he means France. Okay. What next? So yeah, residents do not feel like they're getting enough from the French government, even though they are a colony of France. And they made those feelings very clear when Macron made his appearance in Mayotte earlier this week. We saw some of those. How are we doing on time right now? Take another break right now? No, it's too soon. Alright, we're just going to go straight into space news because I've already gotten through our environmental coverage of the evening. How many fans get slam through money? What the heck is a slam through money? What does that mean? I'm very confused. I've never heard this terminology before. What was I doing? Oh, right. Space news. We cannot avoid... Actually, we're going to skip this. We're going to wait for tomorrow. This is just going to be another one of those frustrating stories. What's Boxing Day supposed to be celebrating? That's actually a question for a Canadian viewer. I don't actually know. What is it supposed to celebrate? I'm not in charge. But we're going to probably do something Boxing Day related later today, I think. Because I know of its existence, and I know supposedly it's like got some significance to people. But I couldn't point to what that significance is, actually. And I don't know why it's called boxing. I don't know if that involves just people punching each other or boxes, as Sasha has suggested here. All right, let's go to this space story, though. Talk about a historic probe attempting to literally touch the sun.
The Parker Solar Probe passed the closest a human-made object has ever come to the sun, moving at a mind-bending 430,000 miles per hour. So that means it could reach get from Tokyo to Washington, D.C. in under a minute, according to NASA. The uncrewed spacecraft is also expected to give us some really dramatic new insights. Just what are those insights? We're going to ask the guy who knows, CNN's aviation analyst and science correspondent for PBS NewsHour, Miles O'Brien, who I adore for many reasons, but one of them being today that you make things that are a little complicated understandable. So the first question I have for you, Miles, is...
A lot of pressure there, Erica. You put the pressure on me.
That's right. Flattery's going to get me everywhere in this segment. It's going to get me all the information. So what I am floored by is the fact that this is the spacecraft that's able to get the closest to the sun, essentially without burning up. How were they able to do this? Because the proximity is really key here.
Yes, it's an amazing craft, and it's done well so far. You know, it's launched in 2018. This approach, the closest one, is the 18th pass that comes within 4 million miles of the sun, which is close. The temperature on the outside has to be able to withstand upwards of 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. And then on the instrument side, maintain no more than about 85 degrees Fahrenheit. It's made of thick carbon-carbon material. It's actually the same material that was used on the leading edge of the space shuttles for its atmospheric reentry. And then it has a ceramic surface on top of that. It's a marvel of engineering that it survived and is able to do what it's been doing.
So what is it going to tell us? In a perfect world, what are we learning here?
Well, here's the big mystery, Erica. Imagine you wanted to cook a hamburger, and instead of using your oven, you turned on a 100-watt light bulb in the far corner of your kitchen, and then took the hamburger into the living room, and you were able to cook it. That's basically how the sun operates, because as it gets farther away from the surface, things heat up. It's the opposite of the laws of thermodynamics as we understand them. It's a huge mystery. Why is the sun's surface 100,000 degrees and the corona well into the millions? This is the heart of what the Parker Solar Probe is trying to learn about. There's a lot of scientific reasons to understand it, but it also has a lot to do, ultimately, with what we call space weather.
Space weather.
It's science.
That's hot.
Yes, indeed. This probe will hopefully be able to literally send the probe through parts of the sun and understand more about how it works. Who cooks a hamburger in an oven? A psychopath. I don't know. It's a bad analogy. You couldn't get my attention. I already responded to one thing that you said. I used to live stream Among Us. That's true. That's true galactic lore. Many, many years ago. In a galaxy far, far away. Exclusively on Twitch, and now we're multi-streaming to multiple platforms. So much has changed. The galaxy. Alright. All right. Let's go here. There's a slight update on the Brazil bridge collapse, which we talked about yesterday. So we're going to quickly start here on Earth News. This is Reuters from 20 hours ago with the update. Whoops, that's the wrong screen. At least 4 people are dead, more than 10 still missing.
Estamos aguardando a liberação.
We are waiting for specific instructions to collect and analyze the water so that we, along with 25 divers, can dive to retrieve the victims that are on the bed of the Tocantins River.
25 mergulhadores fazer o mergulho e retirar as vítimas que se encontram ainda no leito do Rio Tocantins.
Well, it's an unfortunate development. It was not clear how many had died
Yorkshire.
yesterday. But now it's becoming more and more clear that many of the people who are missing may be dead, as more bodies are washing up. It's horrifying. And we watched the actual video showing the moments leading up to the bridge collapse. Yeah, it's pretty shocking. And with dozens still missing, it's likely that death toll is probably going to go up more. Okay, sorry, Chad. I know it's a sad holiday story. But by the time the holidays are over, all these stories are going to be old news. And we got to at least talk about them. At least some of them. Whatever I can manage over here, I'm going to try and do. Alright. Now, let's go and talk about this. Kwanza.
And tomorrow marks the first day of the week-long celebration of Kwanza. Kwanza was created in 1966 as a non-religious way for African Americans to reconnect with ancestral roots. It is celebrated each year from December 26th to January 1st. A candle lit each night on a 7-branch candelabra called the menorah. And each day is dedicated to one of 7 principles: unity, self-determination, collective responsibility, cooperative economics, purpose, creativity, and faith. Gifts are often given to children.
True. This is true. All that is true. Please hold. Ahem. Please hold. Thank you. You never got Kwanzaa? Well, it is a very American holiday. We are going to get into Kwanzaa here very, very shortly. In more detail. Hold on, I forgot to open these windows so I could better explain some of these things. Sorry, I'm fucked up. There we are. There's that. And wanted this as well, just for reference, because I don't remember all of this in my brain. Come in. Yeah. Okay, now for those of you who are uninitiated in Kwanzaa, who know nothing about it, it is a rather modern holiday created by a man named Maulana Karenga, who is a black activist, author, and professor. He created Kwanzaa in the mid-60s and is something of a Pan-African celebration for African Americans who feel that the available Western holiday traditions are not inclusive enough or too Western centric. Here, let's do this way. While I talk a little bit about Kwanza and some of the principles, the 7 principles of Kwanza. Figured I would play this documentary. Well, not documentary. What is this? It's like a movie called Umoja, made in South Africa during, I think, the 90s. I don't actually know the year that this came out. But let's talk about Kwanza. There are 7 principles in Kwanza. First one being Umoja, or unity. Umoja highlights the significance of unity and upholding a sense of togetherness and cooperation within the family, community, nation, and ethnicity. It reminds us that we are all interconnected, despite our cultural differences, ethnicity, or beliefs. You're not seeing a video? Oh, right. Oh, well, that's for a reason, actually. Technically, hold on. The reason you're not seeing the video is it would be clear if I let it keep going. I'm going to actually skip ahead in a second. Now that I'm done with the first one, I'm going to skip ahead to a different one where we can play the video and we won't be worried about, I don't know. This is on YouTube. I don't know. I don't want to get in trouble. I'm also on Twitch. And there's a significant amount of nudity in this movie. Okay, I think this is a good spot.
As their grandfathers did, then the drums are heard. And when a soothsayer Isango calls on our ancestors.
Alright, I think we'll be good-ish at this point. Alright, now on to the second. Actually, no, wait, this isn't a good spot either, because he's talking, and it's going to make things weird. Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. Alright. So, second is Kuji Chagulia. Self-determination. Kujichagulia is based on the belief that people have the inherent right to define themselves. This principle is all about taking control of your life and making choices that reflect who you are, no matter what other people might say or do. The third is Ujima, or collective work and responsibility. Now, all these words, if you're not aware, which I wouldn't expect you to be, are Swahili, a African language spoken in many countries in Africa, but is only a official language of 4. Let's go here, yes, Ujima. It is important for communities become more potent when they work together. They can share resources, take responsibility for one another's well-being and progress. Ujamaa, the 4th of 7 principles. Ujamaa means cooperative economics in Swahili. Ujamaa inspires individuals to contribute to the prosperity of their own communities, recognizing that economic well-being is a shared responsibility. In practicing Ujamaa, Kwanza imparts the lesson that economic empowerment is not just an individual pursuit, but a communal journey towards shared prosperity. Nia, or purpose in Swahili, is a principle which encourages individuals to reflect on their collective goals and personal missions, and to consciously commit to building and developing not just themselves, but also in their communities. The 6th principle is Kuumba, or creativity. The principle of Kuumba encourages individuals to explore and express their unique talents and gifts, emphasizing that creating is a powerful force for prosperity, change, and it does not matter whether this creativity is told through the arts, scientists, or even everyday actions. Kuumba inspires people to embrace their creative potential, which fosters a culture of innovation. This culture contributes to the overall welfare and cultural diversity of society. And the final principle of Kwanza is Imani, or faith. Imani, the seventh and final principle of Kwanza, represents the essence of faith. This principle reminds us that even in difficult times, it is essential to maintain faith in our shared values and the possibility of a brighter future, both for personal growth and for the development of our communities. In a world that often appears divided, Kwanza proves the power of unity, cultural appreciation, and shared values. Although it was initiated as a celebration for individuals of African descent, its principles hold universal truths, guided by Nguzo Saba, which is the main force in Kwanza. There are a lot of Imanis. I would point to that. That is a good, Jerry, you're right. There's a great number of individuals, people out there named after principles of Kwanza, Swahili words like Imani. I also know a bunch of, I'm trying to think, I gotta look back at the list because there's at least a few of these in here. God damn it, my brain just broke. But Nia, there's a bunch of Nias out there, Imanis. In fact, I think I know somebody named Moja as well. Hold on, we're gonna skip to a different part of this Umoja movie. A lot of good parts in it, honestly. 2 hour long, but let's go here. Let's see. Where?
They think they are hot, these kids.
So hot right now.
We started cooking this music. We were hotter than anything you had ever had.
That's hot.
Just you listen to this. But then on the other hand, I think I might just need your help with this click. What? Slumba yombo bai, slava baba bai, slava beba, baba bam baba baba bai, tapleba lamba yombo la bandai to zabambai, zabande, oh baba baba baba. La bibu baba, bibu bibu bye. So here I sit, an old musician, Madal.
Oh shit, I just realized the volume's way down.
But still singing my songs. It is said that all journeys lead you back to where you began. Soon, I will be like a child again. But this time, it will be my children who will be chasing me out from under their feet. But I can still hear the music of my childhood. The drums, and the young girls singing as they bring back water from the river.
Yeah, Africa, la la la, umoja, chobu. 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 Africa, la la la, umoja, chobu. Africa, la la la. Africa, la la la, umoja, chobu.
All right. I'm gonna take a break right there. Gonna end our discussion of Kwanzaa and celebration of African culture on this holiday. Keep things going as we have more to talk about. We will probably be coming back to that because honestly, the 2 hour long, there's so much stuff going on in this. The performances are utterly incredible. Like some of the physicality and other things that go down in this thing is insane. And the fact that it's all live performance is even more insane. All right, now to transition us to back to talking some Western stuff. Let's go here. Talk about the balancing of art and capitalism.
If you look at Van Gogh, who's one of the most brilliant painters ever, never even sold a piece in his lifetime, and just yearned to be better and learn and become greater, and never received any acknowledgement or recognition, let alone comfort financially. And that's the reality. But you know, this is the movie business, and you can't just expect someone to invest in something because it's a great artistic endeavor. You can't. They have to have the information that proves that it makes sense to invest in that, and that those criterias sometimes limit artistic expression.
It's very true. Thank you, Adrian. Talented actor and very fair observation on the way in which the movie business works in its relation to creativity and economics. All right, now let's talk about some stuff that's going on in Europe during these holidays. First to France.
They're a Christmas highlight in Provence. Santons are carefully picked.
We're going to take the little hands.
Religion, tradition, craftsmanship, whatever the reason, Santons appeal to all generations. What's your favorite Santon?
It's Jesus, because he created Christmas. Santons are made here in Aix-en-Provence. It's a souvenir we can bring back.
We come here every year, and as a tradition, we buy Santon.
A tradition that began in the south of France at the end of the 18th century. Originally made with bread dough or paper mache, Santons are now made with local red clay. A delicate job, each piece is unique.
Tout se fait à la main.
Everything is made by hand. You can't hold the clay too long in your hands or it would burn from the body heat. It would dry and it wouldn't work well in the mold. When we assemble the parts, we have much more creative freedom. That's what I love about this job, letting our creativity run free.
Characters, animals, Santons represent local daily life.
Wow, look at the detail.
Trades, and of course, the Christian nativity.
The word Santon comes from the word Loup Santoun. In Provence, it means little saint. It dates back to the French Revolution, when people were no longer allowed to go to churches to see the nativity scenes displayed there. So they started making little saints at home to pray.
That's when nativity sets started booming in French homes, and Santons were commercialized.
Well, there you go. Little French Christmas tradition for all of you. Little fired clay models called Santons. Spelled S-A-N-T-O-N-S. At least in the plural version. All right. Now on to Rome, where they're celebrating Christmas as well. Going all out on the lights here in Rome. My God. Looking very pretty here in Rome right now. My God. Jesus. So many lights, so many statues. It's almost like Rome is big into Christmas or something. Alright. Okay, we got a couple of non-Christmas stories aside from their dates. Because this one certainly is not bringing any joy to anybody on this holiday. Let's go quickly and talk about what's been going on in Ukraine and Russia. As Russia did multiple strikes on Ukraine on Christmas.
Well, indeed, it is a large-scale attack that hit Ukraine last night. It was a combined, hybrid attack of missiles and drones. And you've mentioned the city of Kharkiv was heavily hit last night. Several ballistic missiles, according to Mayor Igor Terehov, struck this city, mainly the energy infrastructure that was hit once again, and not just in Kharkiv, but also in Kremenchuk, in Dnipro, and in Kryvyi, and you had mentioned it. Kryvyi was already struck yesterday by a missile which killed one person, injured another dozen people there. And the Minister of Energy, Herman Halushenko, already talked this morning about yet another attack against the energy infrastructure. He also said that there would be across the country major power cuts installed so as to prevent the energy system to collapse, an energy system that has already been heavily hit after successive attacks launched by Russia the past months, the past weeks. So it's a very difficult Christmas morning here for Ukrainians.
Indeed, we can hear the church bells ringing in the background there, Emmanuel. But you've just come back from the Donetsk and the Dnipro regions. What's the situation there, both in terms of military and life for residents?
Well, the situation is very difficult on the eastern front line. We know that Russians keep on advancing towards the Pokrovsk sector, and I was there at the rear of that region in Donetsk, of that area, and you can see that there are still thousands of civilians who are trapped in the war zone. It is estimated that over 50,000 civilians.
Yeah, that's not a happy Christmas story. Christmakkuhwanza story right there. Not at all. But that war continues to go on indefinitely. Alright, now let's talk about a different war. Which is essentially... well, is not the entire premise for Hanukkah, but is at least a major part of it. That and a rebellion. Actually, hold on 2 seconds. I need to use the bathroom. PB's internet is doing a in and out off-Broadway musical. It's probably not good. Alright, I'm back. Now let's talk about the Hellenistic rebellion of the Maccabees and the origins of Hanukkah.
Every winter, Jewish communities across the globe come together in celebration of the festival of Hanukkah. The image of the menorah and its iconic 8 candles shining through the dark winter night is...
Now, it's not just a menorah, because menorahs exist outside of Hanukkah. And regular menorahs, I think, have 7 candles, and a Hanukkah has 9, specifically to represent the 8 nights that the oil supposedly lasted and all of this stuff, but whatever.
One of the most visually recognizable aspects of traditional Jewish culture. But from where does this ancient holiday ritual stem? To answer, we must go back 2,200 years to a time when the descendants of Alexander the Great ruled in the land of Judea, and tell a story of the ancient Jewish people's struggle to win liberty against the forces of the Hellenic world. Our sponsors allow us to release videos regularly without missing a beat, so
Okay.
shout out to Supremacy 1940.
Settle down on your affiliate links, pal.
Classical antiquity, the independent... By the era of classical antiquity, the independent kingdoms of Israel and Judah were in terminal decline. As a result, the history of the Jewish people soon came to be defined by the carousel of foreign empires that took turns conquering and subsequently ruling the ancestral Hebrew homeland. First came the Assyrians, then the Babylonians, then the Persians, who ruled the Jews with a reasonably fair and light hand. Finally, in 332 BC, the Macedonian phalanxes of Alexander would steamroll the Achaemenid Empire out of existence, establishing Classical Greek as the dominant language and culture of the Near East. It is here that the Jewish people became subjects of the Greek world. When Alexander died, his massive Macedonian empire fractured into several monarchies, ruled by his closest comrades and later their descendants. The so-called Diadochi kingdoms were constantly at war with one another, and the region of Judea, being situated in the borderland between the Ptolemies of Egypt and Seleucids of Syria, became a battleground where the two Macedonian dynasties jockeyed for power and influence. Despite this, life remained fairly peaceful for the Hebrews. The Hellenistic kings generally used the same light touch the Persians had, interfering very little in the region's culture, religion, and internal politics. The Jewish people were ruled semi-autonomously by a high priest of the Judaic faith, who handled matters both religious and secular from the Great Temple of Jerusalem. In 198 BC, Antiochus III had finally expelled the Ptolemies out of Judea, putting the region firmly under the suzerainty of the Seleucid Empire. He lowered taxes and affirmed the Jewish people's freedom to live by their own faith and laws, and for now, Judea was content. Throughout world history, we often see subject peoples of a multi-ethnic empire willingly adopt the language and customs of said empire's rulers in an attempt to improve social mobility.
Now,
so many Jewish people...
I just want to point this out, because the use of the Star of David in this moment here, where he puts this up, is historically dubious, right? Because at this time, King David didn't exist, so the Star of David didn't exist, right? Because this was over 2,000 years ago, and King David wasn't until, I think, 800 AD? Am I wrong about? Wait, hold on. Let me check this. Hold on. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. Oh, actually, no, I take it back. King David was around before this. No, I take it back. He was before. Not that long before, but...
Throughout world history, We often see subject peoples of a multi-ethnic empire willingly adopt the language and customs of said empire's rulers in an attempt to improve social mobility, so many Jewish peoples began to practice the Greek culture of their suzerains. This phenomenon, known as Hellenization, was perpetuated mainly by the upper strata of Jewish society.
You know, you're right.
Namely the...
No, you're right. I was mistaking something in my brain just now.
Was perpetuated mainly by the upper strata of Jewish society, namely the wealthy priests, merchants and aristocrats in urban Jerusalem. The Hellenization process was expedited in 175 BC, when the culturally traditionalist high priest, Ananias III, was deposed by his Philhellene brother Joshua, better known by his Greek name Jason. Jason would go on to wield his power as high priest to begin transforming Jerusalem into a classically Greek city by building a gymnasium and an ephebeium, essentially community centers for Greek education and learning. He also sent Jewish athletes to compete in a mimicry of the Olympic Games hosted by the king in Tyre. There he offered a sacrificial tribute to the Greek,
of course, Tyre is now in modern-day Lebanon,
demigod Hercules, to whom the games were dedicated. Perhaps his most radical policy was to allow non-Jews in Jerusalem to set idols of their gods within the Holy Temple itself. The fact that the high priest was openly tolerating and even promoting the polytheistic gods was deeply disturbing to many Jews who clung to their monotheist faith. This sentiment was especially strong in the poorer, rural communities of Judea, who had clung far closer to Orthodox Judaism. A strained situation.
Yeah, and this is around the time where there is this sort of very clear split in Judaism, in the real distinction between Orthodox Jews and sort of like Reform Judaism, people who either embraced Greek culture or sort of shunned it.
Made worse in 175 BC, when one Antiochus IV Epiphanes became the Seleucid Basileus. Various ancient accounts describe him as a proto-Nero or Commodus, that is to say, erratic. His sobriquet, Epiphanes, meant manifested from God, but among his people he was secretly known by a variation of the title, Epimanes, which meant madman. It was him who in the first year of his rule supported Jason's coup against Ananias III, hoping a pro-Greek high priest would help Hellenize the Jews. However, only 3 years later, Antiochus decided that Jason wasn't Hellenizing Judea fast enough, so helped replace him with an even more pro-Hellenic priest, Menelaus. With that matter settled, Antiochus then marched with his armies into Egypt, aiming to double the size of his empire by seizing the Ptolemaic heartland. While the king was preoccupied, Jason seized his opportunity and returned to Jerusalem, initiating a counter-coup and expelling the deeply unpopular Menelaus. However, Antiochus's campaign was cut short when the Roman Republic intervened on behalf of the Ptolemies. Unable to match the strength of the legion, the king was forced to retreat to Syria. Already utterly humiliated by Rome, Antiochus's mood turned wrathful when he found out that his subjects in Jerusalem had rebelled. He stormed Jerusalem with his army, slaying the supporters of Jason and reinstating his puppet Menelaus as high priest. He then left Apollonius in charge of subduing the city, who accomplished his job by dismantling the walls of Jerusalem and building a fort named Acra on the nearby hill of Ophel, so everyone could gaze upwards and see the symbol of King Antiochus's power. Rather than leaving good enough alone, Antiochus began to actively exterminate Judaism, forbidding the people of Judea from observing the Sabbath, circumcising their sons, or performing other rituals. He had...
Yeah, and so this is really where the tradition of Hanukkah starts to really come into full gear now. We've been talking about these sort of surrounding political dynamics this whole time, but this is really where, you know, I think the story of Hanukkah kind of is really most known when the Judeans were essentially forced to stop practicing their religion, and that really did not sit well with people, clearly. It's basically 2000, going back 2,000-year old sort of old school polyistic theocracy by the Romans.
The Holy Temple in Jerusalem converted into a temple of Zeus, within which he personally spilled the blood of a pig, a deeply sacrilegious ritual to the Judaic faith.
Not the Romans. Sorry, not the Romans. Not the Romans. Antiochus. We just went over it just 2 seconds ago. Why did my brain just break? He's Macedonian, right? Yeah.
Said that the Jewish people should begin worshipping the Greek gods. Hellenized Jews accepted these changes, but many others did not, resolving instead to fight. It is here that the Maccabees enter our story. Our story now shifts to the small Judean town of Modin, where a local priest, Mattathias, and his 5 sons lived. They belonged to the relatively minor Hasmonean family, and were deeply Orthodox Jews, who had remained true to every tenet of their religion, even as their countrymen became increasingly assimilated into Greek culture. Sometime in 167...
Right, the Hellenic kingdoms, that's more accurate, because no, they're not Macedonians, these are the Seleucid, but they were all basically Greeks.
BC, a Seleucid official arrived in Modin and compelled the townsfolk to offer a sacrifice to the Greek gods. Mattathias refused to make this offering, and another one of the townsfolk, a Hellenized Jew, stepped forth to do so in his place. Flying into a rage, Mattathias drew his knife and murdered his countrymen before he could perform the ritual. The priest then cut down the Seleucid official as well, and destroyed the pagan altar for good measure. Knowing they would be branded outlaws, Mattathias and his 5 sons fled into the nearby hills, followed by many like-minded Orthodox Jews known as the Hasidim. From there, the fight had begun. While Mattathias died sometime in 166 BC from causes unknown, he would be succeeded by his 3rd son, Judah, a dynamic young commander who, through a mixture of ferocity, ruthlessness, and bravery, would come to be known as Maccabeus, a word deriving from the Aramaic Maccaba, the hammer. At the early stages, the rebellion was not a struggle between Jews and Greeks, but a civil conflict between pro- and anti-Hellenic Jews. The Maccabees...
Exactly. So that is what this whole war here at this point, in around, I think, 100 BC, between the Orthodox Jews and the Jews that were essentially pro-Greek Empire,
began their movement with a terror campaign, launching lightning raids upon predominantly
It does
Jewish
look like
towns.
a big-ass pompadour.
They killed...
It does. You're right. His head it does look like a big-ass pompadour. You're right. Oh my God.
Launching lightning raids upon predominantly Jewish towns. They killed many of their own countrymen who they considered too Greek, burning down their homes and destroying the pagan altars where they worshipped. Most notably, they rounded up the sons of Hellenized Jews and had them forcefully circumcised.
Oh boy.
The message...
And that's where this thing really tips, right? Where they're like, actually, forced theocracy is fine as long as it's the one that we're big into.
Was simple. Greek culture was to be purged from Judea. Before long, the Maccabees had earned the attention of the military governor Apollonius, who resolved to crush the rebels before they could sow any more chaos. In 167 BC, after gathering a local army of around 2,000 men in Samaria, Apollonius marched south to the Gophna Hills, where it was said that the elusive Judah was hiding out. Here, the Maccabees proved they were capable of more than just murdering civilians and burning altars. Knowing they were outnumbered and out-equipped, Judah deliberately lured the enemy army deep into his native territory. where the hilly terrain made it impossible for the Seleucids to form up into their Macedonian phalanx. With only 600 men, the Maccabees surrounded and ambushed the Seleucid forces just outside the town of Wadi Haramir, routing them off the field. Apollonius was killed in the fighting, and Judah claimed the fallen commander's sword, wielding it as a symbol that his rebellion had been blessed by God. The Maccabees followed up their victory with another in 166 BC, ambushing an army of 4,000 Seleucids led by Seron at the Beth Horon mountain pass.
Oh yeah, forced circumcision is one of the most horrifying sounding sorts of policies ever. And you know, at some point during that, you gotta make a decision, right? Like as the person being forced. Because, you know, you move too much and suddenly you start losing inches quickly.
These two victories would set the theme for much of the revolt, in which smaller, poorly armed contingents of Maccabean warriors would utilize terrain-based guerrilla warfare to consistently outwit the well-armed Seleucid armies that outnumbered them greatly. Later that year, Antiochus IV was forced to take the bulk of his armies eastwards to deal with a Parthian invasion, putting the local governor of Syria, Lysias, in charge of quashing the growing Jewish revolt with limited resources.
Okay, hold on. We're going to move slightly ahead just because of, you know, it takes... Actually, we're doing fine on time, but I don't know. I don't want to just watch this whole thing in full.
Numbers having swelled as the reputation of his victories grew. Nevertheless, he was still outnumbered and outgunned by Lysias's army, so he stuck to tried and true tested methods to best his foe. Historical sources are vague on how the Battle of Beth Zur played out, but it seems evident that the Maccabees spent the next few months harassing the Seleucids through hit-and-run tactics, striking at foraging parties, patrols, and any platoon of Syrian Greeks unfortunate enough to be caught outside the town's citadel. This was never enough to earn a decisive victory, but it was enough to keep Lysias and his army consistently on the back foot. The status quo changed in late autumn, when in the Far East, the Seleucid Epiphanes contracted disease while campaigning against the Parthians and died. The monarch's death meant that his son, the 10-year-old Antiochus V, was now Basileus of the Seleucid Empire, and there would be no small amount of courtiers willing to influence the young boy for personal gain. Suddenly, Lysias's priorities had shifted, and he was compelled to return to Antioch to secure control of the infant king in order to keep his power and influence in the royal court, which meant that the campaign in Judea was over. Due to his persistence, cunning, and some plain old luck, Judea Maccabeus was victorious once more. With his victory at Beth Zur, he was able to march his army more or less unopposed to Jerusalem, which, ironically, he was able to stride right into because the Seleucid governor Apollonius had destroyed its city walls a few years earlier. Following this, the Hellenized and other Seleucid loyalists retreated to Acre. Now firmly in control of the holy city, the Hammer of Judea entered the temple, destroying the altar to Zeus and the idols that had been erected during the reigns of Jason and Menelaus. His youngest brother, Jonathan Apphus, was installed as the new high priest of Judea. Among the sacred objects to be restored was the menorah, a golden candelabrum whose 7 branches represented knowledge and creation. It was supposed to be kept burning every night, but its light had been extinguished during the persecutions. However, the temple had been so thoroughly pillaged that there was only enough oil to keep the candles of the menorah burning for 1 night. Despite this, once lit, the candles burned bright and true for 8 full days. This supposed miracle of God is the cornerstone of Hanukkah, and to this day, when Jewish communities around the world light 8 candles on their menorahs, they commemorate each day the light burned for Judea Maccabeus and his freedom fighters. Jerusalem may have been taken, but the war was far from over. Seeking to keep his momentum, Judea besieged Acre in early 162 BC. he expected that Lysias, still locking horns with his political rivals in Antioch, would not bother sending a force to relieve the siege. He was wrong, and in a surprise to everyone, Lysias left Antioch with an army of some 50,000 infantry, 500 cavalry, and at least 30 war elephants. Maccabeus had a respectable 20,000 warriors loyal to him, so upon hearing this news, he broke the siege of Acre and marched southwards, meeting his foe on the hills outside of the town of Beth Zachariah. Confident in his numbers, and expecting the Greeks to be wizened to his guerrilla warfare tactics by now, Judah opted to, for once, match the Seleucid army in a pitched battle. This was a dire mistake. The Jewish warriors were no match for the Macedonian phalanx in the open field, and on top of that, the war elephants were striking deep fear into the heart of Judah's troops. In an attempt to inspire bravery in his men, the younger brother of Judah, Elizur-Haran, charged right into the Seleucid front lines, diving under the lumbering legs of an approaching elephant and stabbing into its soft underbelly. The beast was slain, but its corpse fell onto Elazar, crushing the Hasmonean warrior in one of history's more spectacular deaths. Despite this brave sacrifice, the Maccabean forces were still routed and driven off the field. Lysias was not able to savour this victory for long, for in the following year, the hammer struck back, winning a minor victory over a Seleucid army at Edessa. This was not a crushing blow to the Seleucids, but once more Lysias had to return to Antioch to deal with his rivals. He was forced to compromise with the Maccabees, repealing much of Antiochus IV's religious laws to placate his foe, before retreating out of Judea.
Yeah, so eventually, the Hebrew kingdoms of Judea, Samaria, they got their, short-lived religious freedom, because not long after, a big group called the Romans decided they wanted a bunch of land that was other people's, and basically took all that land the Greeks took and that the Hebrews had taken back. And yeah, so, not shortly after, Rome, I don't know, it was like, I don't actually know the exact amount of time, but it was not long. I think it was like maybe 100 years. And eventually it fell again to the Romans, and at that point, Jews were essentially forced to live as a diaspora in the Mediterranean and Europe. It's been that way for like 2,000 years now. Just felt like a good thing for us to talk about today, the historical implications of all of that. Alright, we are running low on stories now. This stream is coming to an end, and it's coming to an end quickly. Third to last video. Let's go to this France 24 story from earlier on Wednesday, showing the state of Christmas under the shadow of what has been going on in Bethlehem in the West Bank.
Even a Christmas tree wasn't put up in Manger Square this year because of the lack of pilgrims and tourists. It was kind of a sad Christmas last night. I have to say that the Christmas feeling and the pace did escalate, did grow a little bit as we approached the midnight hour and midnight mass. You could start to see a line of people. Some foreigners who are living here in the region. There were some Bangladeshis and some Africans and Latin Americans. But mostly what this very quiet Christmas did was give an opportunity for locals, local Christians, nuns, priests from very small parishes, the sort of locals for whom this Mass is very, very important, but who normally don't have the opportunity to be able to join in, especially when it's full of VIPs and, you know, large pilgrim groups. So it did have, you know, towards the end, towards the beginning of the Mass, a nicer community feeling. But it is a very small, very sad Christmas. Most of the shops in Bethlehem that depend almost all on tourism are closed. The restaurants are closed. It's really, you have the feeling of a shuttered town during this festive season.
Yep. Not shocking whatsoever, considering what Israel has been doing in the West Bank, that tourists wouldn't be coming by to visit, and that's not good. That's not good for the West Bank economy, for Palestinians, because, you know, this is part of their, you know, their GDP, essentially, right? So, you know, is having people come for reasons like this, to visit, you know, the supposed birthplace of Jesus. Fucking hell. All right. We made it. Great job, everyone. The penultimate story. Let's go to Australia. In Sydney.
Merry Christmas!
It doesn't even look like Christmas. It doesn't even kind of look like Christmas. It just looks like a beach party in here. I mean, I'm not mad at it. It kind of looks fun.
People of Sydney, I bring you news of great joy.
That's okay.
It's a real opportunity for us to give people hope and to let people know that we care at a really challenging time of year for many.
Yep, it's a troubling time for some, for many. Ah, God. If only we could solve some of the problems with our system. We wouldn't need people to be doing charity work. But the beach party, the Santa beach party looked pretty great. Not gonna lie. Alright. Final story of the evening. Let's go to New Zealand. What happens when fake Santa meets real Santa?
What? Would you jump up?
And then I had to go to the hospital and get the glitter surgically removed.
Crazy, bro. Yeah. Okay, is everything sorted?
Yeah.
Sweet. Oh, well, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Can't believe we have to work Christmas Day.
Or believe it, Ellie, I'll see you bright and early. Oh my God, I can't wait to see what Santa got me.
I know all the presents! The presents!
Are you still doing presents for Rowan?
Yeah. Yeah, they're at my house. I gotta go pick them up.
I don't know why you do it, bro.
Christmas 2016. It's almost death. It's like a wild animal.
Okay, whatever. See you tomorrow.
Oh my God.
So you're the fucker I've been looking for.
Holy shit. Who are you?
Who do you think I am?
Santa?
You're the little shit who's been giving Rowan presents each year.
Yeah?
And dressed like me, which is a clear copyright infringement.
Oh, I just do this because Rowan checks the security cameras sometimes.
Rowan is on the naughty list. He shouldn't be getting any presents at all, especially not from me.
Come on, I mean, that's not very Christmassy.
He's on the naughty list for a reason. He is an abusive narcissist. Why would you go to the trouble of rewarding him for such behaviour?
Well, in spite of all of that, Rowan is still my friend, and he's not that bad.
He's a dick.
Oh, damn. Santa shutting it down.
Rowan is getting a lump of coal for Christmas this year, and that's it. I am, however, leaving you a present this Christmas. But if I hear that Rowan has got a present from me, he won't be the only one in Tech Town on my naughty list. You are on thin fucking ice, Mr. Morrison.
Oh, God.
Oh my God! Out of the way, out of the way, out of the way, out of the way, out of the way! Oh my God! Look at all the presents! There's so many presents! Which one should I open first? And stockings! We're screw it, stockings first! What? Oh my God! This is incredible! They say the best presents come in small packages. Oh my God! What did you guys get? Check your stockings.
Yeah.
See what you got.
Yeah.
Check it.
Oh, wait, there's your.
Alan, check your stockings. Oh my God! What did you get?
A lump of coal.
Oh my God! That means you're on the naughty list. Shame.
Did you get yourself a piece of coal?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
That is like literally my worst fear. You know what? You can have one of mine if you want. You have this one. Oh, cool!
Oh, thanks, Ron.
Adam, what did you get?
Oh, I think this is.
It's got to make sacrifices for your friends.
Oh my God! I'm a fraud! I'm so excited! Yes! I fucking love Christmas.
Oh, Rowan is so stupid. I love that idiot. All right. It's true, though. Sometimes you gotta get on Santa's naughty list to make sure your friends have a good Christmas. Sacrifices. Well, that is gonna be it for me tonight. It was long and difficult, but thankfully we got through it together. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. You didn't think I forgot this, did you? These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Buck, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, D Cypher, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoev, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald Jacek. That's right. All these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. What? You can too, for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.
It is Christmas. Happy Christmas. It is Christmas. Merry Crisis. Merry Chrysler.
Happy Chrysler, everyone.